Alright, welcome. See if we'll make sure we're live. Yes, we are. Alright. We are back, chat. We are back. Load in real quick. Where'd the BFG bullet go? Why is this 0? We saved with 2 bullets. Oh, that's not great. What? Are you kidding me? Let's wait around for a second while we wait for everyone to join up. See if it spawns one in. Otherwise, we're doing this the hard way. We do have at least a 93. We'll use it to body some of the more larger things that are problematic. That is concerning, because I do remember starting with more than this. What if I go back down and come back in? Would it respawn the bullet? We're gonna sit here and wait, see if it comes back up while we wait for everyone to join up anyways. Go ahead and preemptively get us into our setup. I was gonna see if one would show up at least just to get a BFC bolt. It's weird because the shotgun ammo disappeared too, yet I didn't use that at all. That's concerning. Alright. So we're going to be doing that one, then that one, then that one. Got started way later than I anticipated it to start today, but there's something important I had to take care of, so I'm still not done with it. I'm technically doing some research on something right now, but We got everything, right? Yeah. Everything unlocked. Okay. Yeah, I don't think those bullets are coming back. We're probably gonna have to deal with just the 93 in this next one. But as long as I pick and choose when to use the 93, I'll probably let myself die a couple times in this first one, just to get warmed up anyways, and use the normal stuff to get better with, get fine-tuned with it, so we can try to complete all these tonight. Hopefully. If not, this may end up having to be a, be also tomorrow after I continue doing the other stuff I gotta do. It's cool, you can actually kind of see where the middle blade is in the center right there, as I do. It's actually the accent of the center of the spear's blade. Yeah, that bullet ain't coming back. I wonder if I had an advantage then. If I had kept it going, we would have had a better setup. It might give me one after every portal, is what I'm assuming. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this first one and start doing the warm-up. Oh, okay. Let's not deal with him yet. Oh. Oh, that was a waste. So, okay. Note to self if we need it next time if we die. Here's the health. Oh. Pause. Late with the notifications, YouTube, yeah, just a little bit. We haven't been going down that long, thankfully. Okay, these over there. They're all kind of clumped up together, which is inconvenient. Oh, you're not. Although the problem is their Yeah, because of Homeboy. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Ammo. Ow, that hit me. Okay. Alright, there's my healer. Alright, timing is a little bit off. Wow, 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 wow. There he is. Here's who I'm after. Alright. Banner's down. Snake lady. Not anymore. Well, some of the more controllative, annoying people. Don't know where Lizard Boy went. Usually they're pretty well. There he is. Oh, you little. Yeah! I no longer fear you little. Oh, okay. Not when there's two of you, though. Ha ha ha. Alright. Oh. Oh. Shit. Didn't realize he had a shield. I really need to get rid of you. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright. Falling back. I need to... Oh, reshoot. Another big one. Uh-oh. Get out of here. Where? Okay, whoa, that sucked. Oh no. Panic now. Oh, that's why. Okay, I didn't realize that either. Okay. There's something behind me trying to hit me. Oh, okay. Alright, reset. Alright, you want to get rid of you now. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. I know what that means. Oh shit, don't die now, don't die now. Alright, for him I'm pulling out the big gun. I just gotta find him again. Also gotta recoup for some of this HP, we in trouble. Okay, that's bad. Stupid ghost of a frickin' Cosmic Baron. Oh man. I just saw him too. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. I can't see. Gotta find him again. Where is he? There he is. Alright, the leader is present. Can't use any more, what's it called? There's two of these, which is inconvenient. Like, oh, that hurt. Oh no, oh no, oh, don't you lose it now. I think it's badly. There it is. Okay, alright, let's try to separate these two. I gotta try to keep them separated in order to win that. I'm only going after the red one because if we can kill him, we get rid of the whole thing. want to try to do this one without dying. Come on. Focus. Alright, back to full. Uh-oh. Where'd you come from? Oh, shit. That's not the right one. This one's the right one. Oh, whoa, whoa, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Run. Forgot that could shield charge. Oh, okay. Ah! Oh, they're both here. Oh. There's a Hell Knight. I need him to come get me. Come on. You're faster than the other two. Come on. Where is he? There he is. They're kind of near each other. Yeah, my sinuses are kicking in at the wrong time. I hate that. Oh, that's terrible. Gotcha. Yeah. Hell yeah. First one of the day without dying. Got the Eldritch skin for the spear. Problem is, still no, See, I'm a little concerned, because there isn't no BFG and what's called ammo spawning, and there was last time. I'm kind of scared to travel out of here if it's going to reset progress. Because if there's going to be a point, we're going to have to do the whole thing without it, because you want to point out something that's kind of got me a little bit irked. I had 2 shots in this. It's now at 0. And this, well, of course I just used it, but... okay. So if we have another summoner / archevil spawn on us, that's gonna be very annoying to deal with. Without the 93. Or the BFG, just to clear, because they're really the only ones who are just the most annoying, because they have no green attacks, so there's no counter ability to them. It's just dodge, kill the ghost for HP, dodge, shoot them, kill the ghost for HP. And I'm kind of scared to travel outside of the Master Arena, because I don't know if it saves my progress. Because I was hoping maybe if I travel out and come back in, maybe the BFG and 93 ammo will respawn? Do you think there'd be at least one ammo piece inside the arenas? Even if that's all it gives you? So like what, like half the ammo? Or not even half, like quarter of the ammo, the 93, like something like 10 shots. And then for the BFG, just one bolt. Or BFC. I'm trying to think how I want to handle this. What do you think, Farseer? Should I take the risk and try to teleport out and come back in here? See if it'll respawn the ammo that maybe I glitched it out by saving it in here? Instead of going back to the normal world? Or do we fight without it? I mean, I'm pretty confident in some of my skills. Like I said, there's only like 1 or 2 enemies now that I'm not really as comfortable with now that I've gotten used to Lizard Boy, unless there's like 3 of them. What do you think? Should I try to reset the ammo or go into the next one? That's 2 down. We're halfway there already. If we can beat that one, we've only got 1 more. It really is concerning it just vanished. I thought that maybe what it was going to do is after each one I'd get like 1 reload. There's none there. Because they should be right here. Don't take the chance? Okay. We're just going to have to continue on without it. To the next one! This one's probably going to be a little bit more known because the layout for this looks real. Oh, right, we already got a. Alright. Oh, we got a banner somewhere. Whoa, alright. FL. Oh. There's always at least one full health thing, which I saw it. It's in the middle of the map somewhere. I just saw it just now. Yep, it's in the middle. I saw it. Okay. Not gonna use that yet. Oh, okay. Alright, we're just gonna, throw all the knights at me. Well, I got his armor off, so that's what counts. Go deal with him again. Oh shit, that was bad. Oh, okay. That was a very. See, what makes that one hard is that is a very small level. Everything is kind of always near each other, but that's fine. Oh, wrong way. This way. We're just gonna do it without it. I know I can. Because that time I got a bit unlucky with my choices. Yeah, there's a lot of these invisible enemies here that do that, shooting from the side thing. Oh, shit. Yeah, there's a revenant somewhere. That's what's hitting me. So let's see if we can lure the revenant to us. Get rid of some of the more, whoa, environmental control ones. Come on, I need those knights to come get me in this, like, back, like this, yeah, right here. That's who I was looking for. Oh, and you. Okay. Alright, so. I'm getting overzealous. I need to stop shooting so much. I need to wait to better opportunities to fire the super shotgun at the Baron. I'm being too fast with him. I'm wanting to shoot him after every dodge, which works to a certain extent, but not great. Okay, that's not good. He blocked my shots, yeah. Okay, this arena is annoying because everything is so tight-knit. Things are literally body blocking for other things. Not intentionally, it's just they're so close together, I'm shooting the wrong thing sometimes. Get rid of some of those fast movers on the ground that are teasing me. Where's that revenant? Come on, revenant. There you are. He's buffed right now, but it's not going to matter as long as I control him. Oh, okay, you I need to deal with now. Yeah, see, I'm... Shoot, dodge, shoot. There we go. Oh. What? Oh. Alright. Okay. That's not what I wanted. What the hell? That's not... Oh, wait, why is it switching to that? Sometimes I do think it gets confused. It switches to the wrong gun. That cost me. That cost me dearly. Alright, banner down. Now I need to reset. Ammo. Oh. And I got a spider. Because we're getting dropped out. Oh, it's the... Look at them all up there together. Oh, come on. To lead to Canada? Wow, this is monotony. That one's gone. Oh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I see one down here. Oh no, I'm gonna have to shoot that one. do that. Ah, that's not the right thing. Go this way. Oh. Okay, there are 2 of you. That's problematic. 1 of you. Ow, 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 ow. Banner! Oh, sure. Okay, I can't go that way. At least I got a shot on him as I went by. Oh no, I saw that. So now we have a problem. Can't get rid of this Bannerman now. Okay, Banner down. Where is he? There he is. And it's one of the worst kinds, too. Oh, that was terrible timing. I don't even know if I did damage to his armor or not. I've still got that full health. Is what I'm kind of saving. Oh, that was stupid. That was stupid. I got hit by the machine gun and him. Ooh, need to row. Okay. Nope, nope. Oh, there's like... Wow. 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 Yeah, this one's definitely... Okay. So note to self, next time, kill that one solid. What's called? This is causing me problems not having taken out that Cyberman demon. I can't go that way. Oh, that was huge, cheap bastard. Oh no. Oh no. I missed that. Good. I'm gonna have to cash it in. Don't get hit by that, don't get hit by that, don't get... Oh, okay. Oh, come on. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I got some health out of that. Oh, my goodness. Hey-oh! Yeah. Alright. Wait. That's not working on him. What? I thought so. Get out of here. no. Okay, no. Go. Don't get hit by those. Oh, shit. You slimy bastard. Yeah, this is absolutely stupid. Woo! Ammo, health, recycle, repeat. There he is. Oh shit. Ah! Damn. Alright. Note to self. You need to get rid of that cyber demon the moment you get rid of the banner. Which we're going for them first. Well, after it goes down. Oh, well, I say that. I need to get rid of you now. Like, right now. And now you. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I missed. What? That was bull. What killed me? I had like 100-something health, didn't I? I must have got double tapped. I must have got hit by something else besides him. Damn it. Alright, so maybe I have to get rid of some of these manky business down here, so. It really is just about knowing what order needs to go what. You see how these annoying little invisible enemies are doing lots of work? They're actually kind of worse sometimes. Bro, how are you still alive? There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna go around with the... Oh, damn it, he survived. Okay. Oh no, that was a mistake. See, sometimes it's that combo. Ah! Yeah, okay. I gotta figure out what the order of operation was. I gotta figure out what's pulling the most work right now on me. Go up top. I got rid of one of the Hell Knights. That does. Oh! What a lot. Oh shit, I forgot that there's a Revenant. Just kind of do slide by shootings. Is what my plan is right now. Grab him. Let the Baron catch up with me. Ah. Oh, that was bad. Almost screwed that up. Okay, back up. Oh shit, he's already on me. Got him. Okay. Alright. Oh. Alright, now I need to get rid of. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Damn it. Yeah, you just put the, oh no. No, there's just too much shit right there. Grab that. I've got no choice. Right now, where that freaking, where'd the go? Cyber demon, where are you? Did I kill him? Whoa. Must have killed him. The ghosts are here, that means Big Boy's here. Oh, right, there's a banner though. Oh, that's bad. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, don't get stuck. Yeah, the bastard being right on top of me. He teleported literally on top of me right there. Oh. I gotta figure out how to get to him. And also, there's still another one of those warlocks around. And the Revenant, because I somehow didn't get him. There he is. Where is he? He's gone. Because he's being annoying, harassing me around the map. You! Get out of here. You lose your armor. Okay, continue moving. Woo! Ooh. Yeah. At least what the way I've done this is less cyber demons. The ghost one isn't with the normal one. I need Banner Boy. Alright, Banner Boy's lost his ranged unit. Okay, well that worked. more room to move around. I don't know where big guy went. There he is. Alright, banner's down. We're still not even at the leader yet. Oh no, back off, back off, back off. I can't let that hit me, that does too much damage. Back off, back off, back off. Alright, nope, 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 nope. Oh, hi. Okay, nope. Nope, 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 not engaging you yet. I need ammo. I need to go up here and slap something with a mace. You as well, both of you. Give me some HP as well. That's what I'm looking for. Oh shit. There we go. Ow. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hold on. Okay. Don't get overzealous. Don't get overzealous. I don't know where I'm at. Grab that. Woo! That was a weird enemy. Oh, come on. Oh shit. Where'd you go? Did that kill him? I think I did, because there's the leader. Oh, okay. Alright. Time to retreat, because I need ammo. Get out of here, spider. I don't need you shooting me in the back. Okay. You as well. Alright, here we go. Oh shit. Nope, don't get over those. Run. Heal. Heal. Damn it. Stay ahead of him. Ah, stupid spider. I gotta go for you. Oh shit. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Whoa! Got it. Boom! Woo! Just me and my super shotgun. Didn't use a rocket one time. Ooh, Divinity skin for the 93. Oh man, one more. Oh, they changed colors, so they're all blue now. So we got one more. Is he just being silent to let you focus? This one looks like a general. Ah, yeah, we haven't even seen the last one yet. This is the one that's from the Sentinel City. And judging by these statues, I have a feeling I know what the boss in this one might end up being, but we'll see. Although we don't know if we've had an arch-evil boss yet. Can't remember if that one was one. I think this one was a lizard. This one was a cyber demon? That one was a baron. So my money's on this as either an arch-evil or one of these dudes. Alright. Keep the flow of running. Let's go. Let's see what this. Let's learn what this one's gonna be like. Hell knights. Lots of them. Lots of them. Oh shit. Oh, I made it out of that just in time. Oh yeah. Okay, there's our health reset. Alright, we got a what's it called? I need to find the banner. It's over there. It's a Mancubus. Yep. Blah blah blah. Oh no. Okay, yep, that sucks. Okay, there we go. Recovered. Recovered. Who's next? Why is it so quiet? I don't like this. How'd that hit me? That was bull. I call bull on that one. Okay, oh. Long held knife. We got this. Oh, okay. I have to go. Oh, approach from this side. Okay, got a little bit too much. Oh, I told you. So there's gonna be probably multiple of these. Oh, okay. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Recover. I'm trying not to get the max HP. Oh, I see. This I have to use a rocket on. Ow. Oh, there's two of you. Oh, no. Whoa! Well, I did it again. Fighting these stupid things is a pain in my ass. There we go. Oh. Nope, don't need that. That's an exploding one. Oh, that was stupid. Nope. Oh, ah! That was stupid. Why did I try to do that? Okay, so that's my other enemy I'm still weak against. I need to learn to be better with that one. Is the elementals. Alright, well, we almost had that one. Try again. Night City! Alright. That mangy with that controlling all this. What the hell? Gotta be okay there. Yeah, hell nice. There we go. Yep, right there, back up. Back up. Who's next? No one come to me. We'll fight over here. Come on. I know y'all didn't lose me. Come on. Oh, good. Oh, that was dumb. Okay, that recovered it. Bro, I cannot see what's happening. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm gonna die. Oh, I got it. Okay. It is ironic that the pure chaos that ensues in this game. Okay. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh no. I need to get rid of that red warlock, wherever the heck he went. Where did he go? Oh, that was low there. Oh, okay, that's bad. There he is. Damn it. Ah. Welcome, welcome, Crispy. Okay. Alright. So the moment the red warlock appears, he's next on the list. I have to like do process elimination on who becomes the biggest threat as the fight goes on. Alright. Oh, wow, no, that's a problem. Alright, I just had to shoot everything that was there. Alright, let's just go. I need to go get the banner. Thank you, this is gonna be this way. Yeah, there he is. Luckily, it seems that the Abaddon gets kind of stuck. Get rid of him early. Ass for shooting me from a distance. I see now. So now there's the red stuff is here, so that means I need to find that warlock. Plus stuff up here. Oh, that's not what we want right now. Oh, this is a bad spot to be. There he is. He's down. I gotta deal with you. You're also a big priority here. We gotta just be very liberal with the ammo because we can't be wasting time. Alright. Now we're gonna go refresh ammo and keep moving. Here we go! Okay, that's why I was staying over there. Okay, he's still not dead. Recycling. Okay, that was a risk I didn't take, but it worked. It paid off. Alright, need ammo, ammo. Yeah, that figured that was what was happening. Alright, he's gone. He's gone. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, oh, that's very inconvenient. Might be time for the what's it called. Oh, that's an exploder. Don't shoot that. I'm gonna do a couple hits on you and run. I gotta do that hit and run tactic again. I need Wheel Boy to, yeah, come get me. Oh, not anymore. Run. Reset time. Ow, 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 ow. Alright, I got armor. I need Wheel Boy to come get me again. He's over there. I'm gonna go to him. Bro, come back here. Oh, I can't see him. Alright, he's down. Oh, good. Let's do that. Just to get a little burst at health. Oh! And you know what? Do some more damage on you. Oh, yep. Time to retreat. The only thing that makes me nervous kind of fighting the getting rid of Cyber Demon before the Abaddon, like maybe I should do the Abaddon first. I don't know who's worse. The Abaddon I can kind of control though, like you see how he's having a hard time keeping up with me. So I think I'm going to get rid of Cyber Demon first. Where'd Cyber Demon go? Alright, oh, okay. Right as I said that. Chasing me down now. I'm trying to save that full health. Alright, there he is. So is he like the only one left? So there must be something really bad about this spawn if it's not spawning anything else. Whatever this is, it must be bad. Oh! 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 It's a snake. But there's a banner. Worm. Where the hell's the banner? That's not it. Where's the banner? Who has the... Oh! Are you? No? Who has the banner? Oh, this dude does! Get out of here! Oh, good. I need thin out the ground! Okay, I might use the what's it called on one of these. Okay, here we go. Just to get rid of one. There we go. Back to super shotgun. Ow. They're both down. Ow. Alright, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, you're the target. No, no. What just slowed me down? Oh, shit. Alright, I need help. Badly. Right there. There's another Revenant? Yes. Elite Revenant, too. Oh shit, nope, don't you freaking curl on me now. Go, 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 shoot it. Don't even bother trying to hit it with melee. We're gonna have to cycle out. We're gonna have to recover for a second. We're gonna play a bit of danger. I'm in danger! Come on, guys. Give me that heals. There's one here. Covered all them. Alright, that's something. I missed it. I need that Revenant to come get me. Right there. There we go. He's down. Cause he's hit me from my blind spot. Get rid of that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get you for ammo. There's another Revenant. Oh, okay. Gotcha! You're mine! Master of the arena! Whoa! Ripatorium! Ossified, the ossified, spear, Ripatorium. Master Key Zones Ripatorium update. 3 new Ripatorium arenas are now available. What the fuck? Demons from Revelation is now available in Ripatorium. Oh, that's the Ripatorium. That's the other game mode. Chain Spear now available in Ripatorium. Unleash more chaos, destruction, and customization within the Ripatorium. Rip and tear. Ooh, we did it! Revelations is complete! We did it! They somehow brought it to eternal purple gates of Dark Ages. Oh, man. Wow, alright. Jeez. We did it, chat. Back to Purgatory. Yo, that was insane. Technically, the Ripitorium's its own thing. I don't think there's anything special in it other than it's just, you know. Why does this look like it's glowing worse? Oh no, it's just able to let me do it again if I want it. Okay. Woo! Holy crap. Alright, let's quit out to the main menu for a second. Exit the main menu. Accept. Yeah, see, Ripitorium. Ripitorium. Challenge yourself in the Ripitorium by building out customize. Yeah, you can build out your own customized encounters. You can set your own time limits to demons you want to encounter and the number of times they spawn. You can also select from multiple arenas and music tracks to further customize the experience. Create an encounter that pushes you to your limit, or one that allows you to enjoy some careful slaughter. Woo! I like that there's a classic arena, I'm not gonna lie. What happens if I select this? Yeah, so this is how you customize it yourself. I can set what demons appear and everything. Oh, I didn't realize there were actually that many different versions of them. So there's the normal Pinky Rider Armored, Pinky Rider Leader. Arachnotrons, Armored Arachnotrons, Mancubuses, Mortar Mancubuses, Armored Mancubus, Mancubus Leader. So the Reds are always the leaders, Revenant Leader. Nice. Whiplash. Yeah, they're called Acolytes. I was calling them Warlocks. The Warlocks are the ones with 4 arms, I'm pretty sure. Note that's a hybrid. So that explains why this Cacanodon demon, I don't know what to call them, Cacao Demon, I've never heard it pronounced properly. I always call them Cacanodons. The ones in normal Doom have actual 2 eyeballs and a mouth. These are hybrids. That explains why. They're hybrids with the Cthulhu creatures, I assume. Because I wonder if that's where they originated from before they got combined together. Cyber Demon Leader. Cosmic Baron. Agadon Hunter. Agadon Leader. Agadon Champion. The Komodo Leader, Komodo Champion. So those are gold. The ones that are, I'm pretty sure these are early versions of the Slayer Hunters, or the ones that you fight that are made in the human world versions, where they fly around on those hover bodies. I think these are like the earlier versions of those. Vagary Champion, Blighted Zombies, Hollowed Zombies, Maker Drone, Blighted Hell Knight. The Buzzsaw. These are actually the most annoying enemies to me in this game. Because these guys are super fast and have very little counter opportunities. You have to kind of just avoid them and be patient with their attacks before you go in and shotgun them. Because you have to break that shield. Nightmare Revenant. Nightmare Whiplash. Whiplash Leader. Agadon Brutes, which are the ones with the hammers instead of the swords. Agadon Brute Leader. Agadon Brute Champion. Archevils. Armored Archevil. Cosmic Baron Leader. Cosmic Eternal. Warlocks, that's what they are, the 4-arm ones. Warlock Leader. Vagary Leader, and that's all of them. Okay. Select one of these quick setups. Use them as your starting point for custom experience. Trial of Zalkorov? Okay, so this will let me see what's gonna spawn if when I do that. So it'll be 30 soldiers, 5 energy soldiers, 9 imps, 6 imp stalkers, no Hell Knights, I think that means. I don't know, it's weird because, or maybe there's 9 layers, like 9 spawns of them, so there's only 1 there, possibly? Battle Knights. Something tells me, I bet you I know what the most is on this one. Let me find it. Yep, 2 layers of Kikanodons. It's gonna be all elementals, isn't it? Actually, only 1 layer. Some warlocks. That's weird. You would think it'd be more than that. I think there's actually a password code for this. Doom timeline. Wow, 20 soldiers. We're looking for the stuff that's spawning the most. 2 cyber demons, 1 is the leader. So this is more classic stuff. Buttload of soldiers, buttload of imp stalkers. Basically Hell Knight setup, but the Battle Knight versions. Pinkies. Yep. 2 layers of Kikanodon, 2 layers of Cyber Demons, 2 layers of Cyber Demon leaders. This is more keen to classic Doom, is what I'm assuming. Okay. You can set how much ammo you have. So I could be really stupid. Want me to set with full BFC. 8 minutes to do this. How do I start? How do I start it? Oh, we can select our song as well. Is there a classic song? Until it is done. Not really, this is the closest one, would be that one. How do you start it though? Oh, I see. Alright, we're gonna do one quick load of this. I'm not gonna try to complete it. This is all just fun stuff you can do. Classic. Rip and tear. Although we're fighting stuff. Oh, I have a much different melee on than I would prefer right now. I forgot how to change that. I don't remember. Oh, what's that? Oh, there it is. I prefer the chainmail. On ultra violent, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, wow. Okay. Well, there's actually melee charges around the map in this one. I've only got 8 minutes to do this 5 rounds though. Combat. How would that not break your armor? Oh wow, why is this Hell Knight got so much health? Yeah, 8 minutes ain't easy, I'll admit that. Ow. Round 1 complete. Yeah, I don't think I'll do this in the time limit though. Oh, they did do a Baron. This is definitely more like classic doing the setup. Because we're fighting all the stuff that he was known for. I'm gonna die. Yeah, okay. I screwed up. I got overzealous. Just gonna say none of the leaders of Hell had the Red Royal Guard of the Dark Lord and Eternal. Yeah, I noticed that. But I don't, here's the thing is I think he was locked away. So we killed 38 out of the 196 that were gonna spawn. That's quite a lot. It shows you how fast it goes though. That's really cool though. I do think the Ripatorium is really cool. A cool way if you just want to play around with stuff. Oh, we have the Divinity skin now. The Nightmare skin. Oh, we have all the Maker's skin. Yeah, I forgot about our dragon because we haven't played the default version in a while. Now we have a ton of these. The ossified one. It's like an older version. Like it's been around for a long time in the real world or something like that. It's also gold. So that's more Maker imbued. The Eldritch one, which makes the blade way more BFG green. Oh, I just realized the Sanguine one made it blue. I didn't realize why my blade was blue. I forgot I had changed the skin of the spear. It makes the blade Sentinel blue. Okay. Yeah, we got quite a few of them. Divinity. So that's a Maker shotgun skin. I like the Slayer one the most. This looks like the original setup for the gun better. I actually just watched a documentary of someone building a BFG in real life. Not like an actual weapon, but like a lighting up kind of like just prop version. And it was showing like how the original Doom was made and all the different images and real life toys they used as inspirations to make some of the weapons. And I found out this shotgun is actually modeled after a, I think it was a Nerf shotgun. That when you look at it from top down, from image-wise, that's why it's got that center of the screen look. That's really dope, though. Yeah, he was locked away, but his guard wasn't. So those guys made a conscious decision to stay in that city and leave them to their own devices. Yeah. And I do think that's the hint. That's if you look at the demon's red armors. Sure, Azrak has the red armor, but that's only because he was leader at the time while Davoff was locked away. But I do think that's why you see all the red armor, is because technically that's your first hint that the demons were something else originally, and that they were part of Davoff's legions. That those are his units. Plus, I think a lot of them feared him. That's also you know what my theory on that is, too, by the way? I wonder if that's why the legions of the pit of hell fear Slayer, because he looks like Davoff? Do they know Davoff created him? Or put him in the situation he was? Or he's a reincarnation of Davoff? Or is it just because he looks like him, they think he's Davoff? I'm actually not sure on that. I mean, maybe that's even why the Maker fears him? Maybe she thinks he's Davoff. And that's why she's terribly scared of him all the time he shows up. Because she knows what the original is like. This is why I think Davoff actually might be Quake. I'm still sticking to my original theory on that, since Bethesda, that's where that is right, Bethesda for this, right? Had these two so intrinsically linked back in the old days. You saw the Guardian he was piloting. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Or the Gundam, not Guardian. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can argue he got an upgrade, bro. Our armor's like, we're still like human-sized armor. Well, human-sized. Slayer marine-sized armor. Dude had a mini Gundam. That used his energy to pilot it, which is even more terrifying. Well, we beat that faster than I thought we would. So, I might take tonight to chill. I've got a bunch of phone calls I gotta make in the morning. Plus, I gotta double check something with this streaming thing for my church. I'm looking at the specs of this little mini computer they're thinking about getting. It looks pretty okay for us just doing streaming and doing 1080p. I mean, it's got, even though it's it's an internal chipset and not a normal GPU, it's about 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm like, that might be enough for what it's not like it's going to be gaming or doing any of that stuff on the side. It's literally just going to be running OBS. So, I do think, I wonder what I would like to know is, like, I want to know what the current specs of the one we have in church now is, and how much of an upgrade it is, because if it's a decent upgrade, it should easily run 1080p. Because it's like, we don't need a lot for 1080p. Like, we need, like, it said 16 gigs when I looked it up, but I'm almost positive me running 1080p even on my old dinosaur over here, when I'm not playing a game, that is, seems to run pretty decent in 1080p with no lag, no latency, and any of that. So, I'm almost positive that'll be more than enough. I just don't want to give the wrong advice. That's why I'm going to do a little bit more research tonight. But it's technically a hold on, I'll bring it up right now. It's on my phone. Let me see, because I've been looking at it. Okay, so it's got a, and remember, this is an internal build. This is a little mini computer. This is not a normal computer. Technically, it's a CPU AMD Ryzen 7735HS, 4.75 gigahertz. But the graphics card is an integrated graphics card, meaning it's basically a chipset. And from what the description reads, is that it's essentially a, hold on, where did it go? This is such a long description, I gotta find it. So let's go to Ryzen, hold on, Okay, so it's got 16 gigabyte DDR 5s, or LPDDR5s. It's got a 512 gigabyte SSD, but the storage device isn't going to matter much because we're streaming, we're not recording. Yeah, it's got 16 gigabytes, but it's an 8 gigabyte dual channel LPDDR5, 5500 MT a second RAM, and well, he's talking about the hard drive again. It's essentially, it says 4K triple display, but most 4K is up to 20 gigs and higher in RAM. 32 on, depending on what you're doing with it. But it says powered by AMD Radeon graphics card, 12 cores. It's got 12 cores, 2200 megahertz max, supporting 4K 60 hertz. Displays for stunning image quality and immersive visual experience. It's got one HDMI, one DP, one USB 3, 3.2, Gen 2 Type C, is what men say. It cut off the word there, that was weird. Ideal for seamless multitasking. I'm like, I mean, for it being literally just OBS, and that all it's going to be doing is recording the sermon and streaming it, or, excuse me, streaming the sermon directly to YouTube, I feel like that's more than enough, but I could be wrong, especially since we're not really going any higher than 1080p. It calls it a mini gaming PC, but it definitely wouldn't do gaming on that. It would, like, low-level gaming, but if you were trying to play, like, something really intense on that, well, it's not going to be doing that, so that's not a worry. But it's, I like that it calls it a gaming PC. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that, but... But it's only like $400. Yeah, it's 400. It's normally $459 plus tax, so technically $462, $63. Technically, it's on sale, but that's only if you're a Prime member for Amazon. I don't know if the guy I work with for the church, Mitch, is or not, but if you're a Prime subscriber, then you get it for $436 plus tax, so $438.39. Give him an Atlan and we're all screwed. Also, the strength gap between Dark Age Slayer and 2016 Slayer is an anthill to the planet Mars. That's true. I do think he got supercharged, which is why I think when you see him at the end of Revelations DLC and after he gets that little core that gets made by Hamil Satan. in the 2016 armor he's now wearing. I do think that supercharged his ability to siphon and manipulate the Argent energy within him, basically accelerating it. Internal GPUs are a pain to compare because the name schemes are not centralized like GPUs are, yeah. The important factor is the cooling. If it's efficient in cooling, then it's fine. My laptop uses an Ultra 9 Intel. See, I don't know. It doesn't say anything about the cooling in its description. I was looking for that. But it mentions nothing about that. Because remember, this isn't a laptop. It's what, if you've ever seen those new little mini PCs, they're like literal just cubes. They're tiny little square cubes that are just tiny PCs. I don't know. I don't know how well they do cooling or not. That's the only thing. But once again, it's not going to be doing anything that should stress it out. It'll literally be doing one thing. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to be separating the camera system between the two and just transferring the signal to the streaming one from the other computer. I'm not sure how he's planning on doing that yet. But Samuel Hayden hacked your suit in 2016 twice. It's like he knew the ins and outs of it. Well, yeah, think about that. He does. He made it. We didn't, because think about Slayer. He doesn't know who that spider creature was. He won't meet him officially until Doom 2016. I just want to know what happened when he escaped. How did he end up in that robot body? I don't remember if that ever got explained in 2016 or not. Like, when he escaped from the pit, as from being Spider-Boy version of himself, what got him into the robot body? That's the thing I don't know. Internal GPUs have a form factor where the GPU and the CPU are close to each other and share memory if memory serves me correctly. So the important thing is, the important thing in why certain laptops need these fan pads is because they get hot. I'll have to look it up to check this model and see if something else will tell me what its cooling factor is, since the description itself seems to have nothing. Samuel got the angel disease that mutates their body. He escaped into a... Right, so is that why he became Spider-Boy, right? That's right, because we saw a Maker dead in, what was it? Was it Eternal? I think it was Eternal when we went aboard the Maker ship and we saw one of the old Con Maker-like bodies. And that they do actually have mutation problems. I wonder if that is probably why he looks like a spider creature. So he must have, like Sealy said, he must have opted into just having a machine body so he could basically cheat the system. Until he was able to recover in Eternal before we beat him up in the DLC. Or not, if you were a spider monster, make it to Earth, see the technology humanity was making. Wouldn't you steal some of it and use the advanced knowledge to Probably. Fully mutated, they become mindless and stuff. That's true. That's very true. But we did it, chat. We beat all the Master Arena. We beat all of the Revelations DLC. We beat all the main campaign. We have completed Doom the Dark Ages. Utterly and completely. I think there were some small things in the campaign, if I remember correctly, that I didn't do. The only thing going back to this that would throw me off is now I've gotten used to the spear, and I wouldn't have it, and it would confuse me. It'd be funny as if you beat Revelations DLC, it would let you use the spear. Because technically, well, no, because then that's before that. So It's like, but it'd be kind of cool to be able to use it during the main campaign. You know how broke I'd be. I beat Azarak in his own game, spear to spear. He didn't use the gun machine or whatever to restore his body, but the disease is also mental, which is why, even with his prime body, he went insane and battled the Slayer. Yep, I do remember that. He lost. Plus, with robot bodies, you can have backups to transfer to. That's true. That is true. But, alright. Well, I guess, we could sit here and chat for a little bit. It's up to chat, but he should have stayed machine. I think he would have had a better chance staying as a machine than trying to do what he did. Because like Seeley said, since the degradation or the mutation is a mental disease as well, he basically gave him angel dementia. He basically had the dementia form for like a celestial being. So and to be fair, if he had been in the machine and stayed that way, one could argue that maybe that would have kept it at bay, at least to the level it was already at. Samuel as a robot had aura. You can't lie. At the end of 2016, with his "For the Good of Humanity," had so much aura when he lit the sword and left. To then got clapped next time we see him. Yeah, it does. I wonder who destroyed him. Was it Conmaker herself? Or did he die to some crazy, just high-level demon from the Legions? See, that's what I want to know. Did we ever get the answer, like, what destroyed Samuel's physical robot body when we found the chunk of it before we brought it back in Eternal and plugged it into the ship? and he obliterated my Sentinel computer that was on board and took over? I'm still mad about that. You see, the Marauder you fought probably did it. Yeah, that could be true. Maybe one of the higher elite Marauder did. Because we know that Merrick wasn't there. He was still trapped in his new form down in a certain place. I am actually kind of surprised. It does make me wonder if there was originally another DLC planned for this game. Maybe there still will be another one that we don't know about, but I am kind of surprised we haven't seen anything that since the very end cutscene was showing Valen, Merrick's father, hearing the Conmaker torturing him by making him hear his son's torment down in the pits while he's being changed into the icon, I assume. I'm surprised there wasn't a DLC to cover that part. Unless there is going to be one, but I don't know how well Revelations DLC did. I know Doom Dark Ages did decent. I don't know if it did well compared to other Dooms before it, like Eternal in 2016. But plus, it got a lot of hate. Seems to be going around a lot lately with a lot of games. Some games deserve it, but I do feel like there's also decent and good games kind of getting caught in the crossfire that are either just good but not great games that are just getting destroyed for the sake of, just because I don't like it or this or that. Or it's crazy, man. Some games, like I said, though, do wholeheartedly deserve the hype train ripping it apart, like Concord, High Guard, Awoken is what I call it. I forget the name of the game, but that's what I've called it at this point. Like, the guy had the Crucible with immense Argent energy. He's like 10 foot tall, a supercomputer angel, and got his arms folded and lost his lower half alongside his manhood. I do think. I mean, Farseer might be right. It was. My money's on it. Was one of the Marauders. It had to have been a high elite Marauder, because when you fight the very first Marauder that you come across, that one also had a lot of aura, almost like an Arbiter level kind of situation. We could tell that Marauder had was not like the others that you fight later, even though the mechanic trope was the same. Maybe it was that killed him. Who knows? Which I have a theory, by the way, that the Crucible, this is also why I would love another DLC explaining where the sword is, and why Doom lost it, or had to stab it, because we still haven't seen the part where Doom stabs the Titan with the sword and loses it, because he breaks it off in it. Or he has to leave it in him, and then we have to recover it later. And then recharge it. I have a hunch that it could be the spear, but it got broke at some point, and he shortened it down to a sword. And then the blade, and he extended the blade somehow. Maybe he just overpowered it. I don't know. The Crucible one-shots anything, though. All he had to do was pinch him with the sword and vaporize. Well, remember, that's technically not true to the Marauders mechanically. Remember, in Doom Eternal, right? Did he have the sword in 2016? I think it was in Eternal when he got it. But remember, the sword... Well, no, I think you get it at the end of 2016, or is it... No, does Samuel start with it, then you get it back? One of those two. But it's like... But the thing is, if you look at the mechanics of Doom, when you're fighting a Marauder, the sword actually doesn't one-shot them. They can block it. Because their shield is made out of the same energy the Crucible is. They're both Argent weapons. So, Samuel had the BFG too. I don't think he could fire that in that. Even as a giant 10-foot robot, something just tells me even that body, which shows you how strong Doom is, because Doom's basically a demigod. So it's like, I have a feeling he just wasn't good enough to use the BFG. But the sword part, like I said, the Marauders can block the sword. Plus, once again, the Marauders can also block the BFG. Because, once again, the BFG is based in concept around Argent energy condensed down into its purest form. So the Marauders were... This is why I hated them so much. They were basically the counter to your cheesiness that you could do with both your super weapons. You couldn't just pull your super weapon out and deck them and remove them from the solution, from the issue. The only way you were going to do this is if you had weakened their shield down or managed to be smart enough to hit them after they tried to hit you. That was literally the only times you could do it. Which is why, technically, in my opinion, the shotgun was the best weapon against them, because you had to wait till they were about to hit you and then shoot them. So they'd leave an opening for them to get hit. They were very hard to fight. And Merrick was kind of like that. You could tell he was the early... They made him kind of like an early model version, but with dual swords instead of a sword and a shield, or an axe and a shield. And of course, the only other obvious answer is that the con maker herself killed him and destroyed his physical body. It's like she came down herself and did that. Because there are certain instances where I do think she'll do that, like she did with us at the end of that game as well, before we fight the Icon. But that fight was different. We showed her that was a bad idea. I do hope one day we get a more bigger explanation between the relationship of Davoth and Slayer as well. Because I do think that, that there's a missing piece there that I don't have, because all I can do is theorize. because there's no concrete evidence to what, other than what Dave Off himself says about him creating the Slayer, and that when we killed him, it kind of almost felt like it was resetting time, and that it put Slayer back to a different version of himself. I still don't know how that really affected him, since that's the very end of it all. And see, also, Gamescom is in 2 days, and Paradox is teasing a new game. Oh, really? I'm waiting for that Monster Hunter Wilds DLC tease for Gamescom. Like, oh, there's a new Monster Hunter Wilds DLC? Nice. I never did get to play Monster Hunter Wilds that much. Never really got into it as much as I should have. I don't think I ever bought it, did I? Oh, never actually. Also, did you see Sony's new terms? No. I mean, I'll hear about it soon enough if it's terrible. If it's terrible. They continue to make mistakes while Xbox is continuing to show them up right now. Because Xbox just made Tim King informed me of an announcement that they were talking about the digital thing, the DRM issue with owning your own games. Not only are they making it where you do own your digital games, they're planning on making a system where you can sell your own digital license to someone else if you don't want the game anymore. Like, you can put it on the store officially and sell it back and make money and make your money back. That is insane. If they do that, Sony's going to be in a deep, deep shit. Because with Sony trying to push hard with, oh, you don't own your shit, we blah, 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 blah. It's going to put Sony in a very bad spot. Xbox knows people don't want it, so they're playing the hard game right now and realizing that the way that they need to win this is by capitalizing on the fact that Sony's not listening to their consumer at all anymore. So... you never got it because of that incident, or not? Incident? Which incident? There's a lot of... you know how much stuff is going on in my life right now? I got too much going on, man. Too many people need my attention at the moment. I am strung very, very, very thin. The Palico or not? Palico incident? Why do I not remember this? See, it's been so long since I've even thought about Monster Hunter, I don't even remember what made me not get wilds. Because there had to have been a reason, right? But my brain right now is just so scattered, it has no idea what the reason was. Or remembers. Oh, what I named my Palico. Yeah, but that was back in Monster Hunter World, though. Or should that happen before Wilds? I know what you're talking about now. I'm talking about Malix. Also, Asha made the Fable team redesign their characters. Good for her. Once again, Xbox right now has a very fixer-type CEO. Asha's definitely a fixer. She's going in there and like, no, you're not here to make artistic values. You're here to sell a product to consumers that the consumers want. Because that is the biggest misconception in the video game industry for a lot of these companies who do actually create terrible games. Because there are a lot of bad ones out there right now. But it's these developers or these people that are getting into these offices that are trying to make it like, oh, I'm here to make art. No, you're here to make a product. You want to make art, go paint. Or go do 3D modeling for other things. 10. But, you know, but it's like, you know, say that tragic incident happened during Monster Hunter Wilds beta, and you said you will never get Wilds because of what that Palico represented to you. I do vaguely remember that. I guess maybe it could have been during the beta. That might line up timeline-wise, because the beta was still towards the end of Monster Hunter World, and where we finished that. And I named the Palico directly after him during that time. Yeah, because wasn't it named Kira originally in World because I had started with Kira because that was before Malix? That might have been what it was. I mean, it's like I said, it was just like at that time it was a rough time. I'll always miss him though, but I mean, at this point I could go back to it and it'd be fine. It wouldn't mess with me. I'd probably have a couple of moments every now and then seeing it, especially if I was having a little bit of a lower day. But ironically, I have been thinking about doing Monster Hunter at some point. Won't be anytime sadly soon right now, because not only do I not have the money for it, but next month is kind of already reserved for something else right now. At least at the moment, unless something drastically changes and something else comes out. I mean, obviously next month we've also, I think it's next month, Wolverine. Obviously next month we gotta check out Wolverine for a proper review, but it's its own thing separate from the main theme that we're gonna be doing. You liked Monster Hunter Wild's weapon mechanics / controls. Right now Monster Hunter Wild got permanently price cut. Oh. Well, if I have enough money for it next month, because I really have to keep most of my money for the PC thing, since I don't know what each individual piece is going to cost me right now, since the motherboard I've got to do first, because I'm going to build it from there first. Whatever motherboard I end up with is going to determine, because I don't want to cheap out on that if I don't have to. Depending on the prices at this place that I'm going to go to. That's going to determine when I go on the PC part picker, when I do find the one I want for power supply, CPU cooling, GPU and CPU themselves. I mean, I already have a vague idea of what all I want, but I'm not really focusing on it because I've got so much going on until next month when I know, alright, now it's time to lock in and figure out what next step we need to take to build towards the new computer. I can help you with the motherboards. Tomahawks are good? Okay. I'll have to check that out. I haven't even got to go to this store. It's on the other side of Charlotte, which for me is like an hour's drive to get over there in my van. And I have to have gas for that. That's not a short journey, and that van likes to eat gas sometimes. So that's why I'm not done anything with it yet, or even looked at anything yet, or at least not officially looked at anything yet. Been kind of just glancing at certain things here and there. Right now I've been focusing on the church's PC more than my own PC right now, but also you have to see if they are Wi-Fi motherboards. Okay. I don't really use Wi-Fi as the thing. What do you think on that, by the way? Would it be better to have that or not? Because my PC is never going to be Wi-Fi. I hardwire everything. I do not like Wi-Fi. I'm not a Wi-Fi kind of person. I only use Wi-Fi on my tablet and my phone. Some motherboards have Wi-Fi chips natively and others don't. Which is why you see multiple versions like Tomahawk DDR4 Wi-Fi or Tomahawk DDR4 and 5 no Wi-Fi. I guess it depends on price. If Wi-Fi is not really anything that makes or breaks anything, I might just deal without it if it'll drop the price down some for a better quality. Because once again, I hardwire everything. I do not do Wi-Fi. Not with PC, I don't. Because this thing's never going to leave the house. Not until I move. It goes with me somewhere. Wherever I end up. I went with a Wi-Fi capable because my router is 4 entire rooms away from me. And other than packet loss, you don't see me lag it out in Helldivers 2, for example. Yeah, that's true. I mean, packet loss is always a terrible thing with any Wi-Fi, even if you have a good one. But this is why I don't like Wi-Fi. This is also why, I mean, I know you don't have this luxury in your situation, Sealy, but this is also why I have my own internet, separate from my mom's internet. So that way it's one, there's no slowdown in it because no one's on it but me. And I have that thing locked down like Fort Knox when it comes to Wi-Fi and people finding it, like my neighbor trying to jump on my Wi-Fi or some BS like that. And it's like I lock that thing down like a fortress. Thing is at like 22 ms, but because of traffic, thing shoots up high as hell. Yeah, traffic shaping is always, like I said, no matter how good Wi-Fi it is, it's always going to suffer issues and stuff like that. Also, depending on the company you have with you. This is also why I have 2 different companies for internet as well. And why I fight for them to keep it cheaper. Because that's kind of how I play it. Is it how I keep them both kind of reasonable price for both having gig internets? Is I basically use the other one against the other one. So I'll be like, oh, so, alright, well, I've got such and such as well as my backup, and they're offering the same speed for only like, which is true, which are only like $50 to $55, and it gets the other one to drop their price from what the higher price they're trying to feed me on, giving me another deal for about a year or so. It's a good strategy. And this allows me to have backup options. So if I do need to jump on Wi-Fi, so for PC, I'll give you an example. It's hooked into my Spectrum one. It's the main one for the PC side, the majority of the time. My Windstream runs my PlayStation. But vice versa, let's say Windstream goes down. Well, then I switch to Spectrum's Wi-Fi. If Spectrum goes down, I switch the PC to Windstream's Wi-Fi. So this way I never have to deal with too much downtime unless both happen to go down, that's usually only happens if something's wrong at the box down in my house or something happens on the pole. And so but oh man, it's only 6:34. I'm trying to figure out what we want to do tonight. If I want to take the rest of the night off once we get done chit-chatting, or should I go ahead and do some more vampire crawlers, or so I can't do Space Marine without James either. I need James for that because there's a certain boss we haven't fought yet. Even though I'm revved up because of Doomslayer, that I could easily do Space Marine 2 right now. As I said, Sony sending out emails updating and reminding people of their new PlayStation term short version. It says you don't own your digital games, you rent a license. If an account closed or banned, if an account is closed or banned, your games are gone, even paid ones. PlayStation can record your chats, clips. Well, they've always done that. They're just putting it in there to cover their own butt. That record part, I'm pretty sure they all do that, even Xbox. But that one I can't hate on them fully because I'm pretty sure Microsoft does the same. But clips you share, they can sell and put ads on, and you get no cut. That doesn't surprise me. Their liability is capped at £100. This means if Sony screws something up and it costs you money, the most they'll pay you back is £100, no matter how much you actually lost. Sony's gonna end up in a world of hurt, man. Microsoft's about to beat their ass. Not literally legally is what I mean by that. I mean business-wise. Microsoft's making a lot of changes to that. Now the recording and all that, I guarantee you Microsoft does that as well. But as far as the owning thing, see, that's what's going to get them. Because Microsoft is making it where you can literally own, not only own your digital license, but you can sell it. That's a big deal if Microsoft pulls that off. That's going to ruin Sony. That will put Sony in such a bind. They will be literally forced to change that service agreement, or capitulate, or be left in the dust and become obsolete, where no one will care about their existence anymore. They will end up like Sega. So will Nintendo to a certain extent as well. But Nintendo's been circling the drain for years. Only reason why they survive is because they've had the kids market for in their back pocket, where Sony doesn't have that. Yeah, when we said some have Wi-Fi native capabilities, which is why there's multiple versions like Tomahawk DDR4 Wi-Fi or Tomahawk DDR4 and 5. If that's I did read that one. If that's what you were talking about, and then the one that you said you went with a Wi-Fi one capable because your router's 4 rooms away. You see some Momos only do DDR4 and others do both. I'm not even sure which one I mean, obviously DDR5 would be better. But I'll have to see on that one. The only thing I'm concerned is I need the slot upgrader, whatever it's called, for the GPU, because mine can't hold a 7800 series because it's too old. It doesn't have the socket for it. Which is the whole reason why I'm in this debacle to begin with. Otherwise, I'd have just upgraded this one piece by piece. And technically, that is a thing I could probably still do. I'm still debating on whether if I should just get a new shell as well, or if I should just put it in this one. I guess it would depend on the size of the motherboard and all that. Oh no, I'll have to see. DDR4 32GB is cheaper than DDR5 for half of that RAM, I believe. That might stick with 4, we'll have to see. As long as it has the right socket for the newer, well, not new. The one that I'm going for that's like the 20GB VRAM range for the AMD. The ones that are not the newer ones, since they're locked at 16, because I don't want that BS. I want something that's capable of at least 20 VRAM. And then the RAM itself, with the DDR4 or DDR5. But if DDR4 is cheaper and still capable of doing what I want, and doing 32 gigs, that might be a better option, but we'll have to see. If you get a case, then you need to check how big the Mobo is, as there is micro ATX, full ATX, and ETX, EATX, but EX. I just love how that sounds so weird. The last one always sounds weird. From micro and full, it just turns into eat. The word eat in front of an X. Trying to think. My brain's like racking things in the back of its mind. once again, this is partially going to be based on price and partially, obviously, performance, because I don't want to get something that's I'm going to have to change again in like a year to 2 years. I want something that's going to at least hold out for 3 to 4. 4's pushing it with the way technology's moving in some cases, but 3 years at least. Especially since I want to do AI on it as well, down the road too, not just our streaming and gaming. So. It's like, don't mind me, just playing GFL 2 while you talk PC. But my cheek itches. Cases that support ATX usually can do extended ATX, which is EAT-X. I'm just going to call it that because I love calling it that. Because EAT-X is close to server size. I don't know if we need that powerful yet. And these cases that can fit an EAT-X means they can fit damn near any GPU. That's probably not cheap though, I bet. Because I have to consider that even in individual pricing, because remember I have to buy each part one at a time, right? One thing I have to consider as well, I still only make so much per month. So I have to keep in mind, since I have to pay bills as well, some of these, depending on their price, even individually, unless I get help to split it, someone helps me split it, I can't eat up my entire check, since I have my internet bills, my phone bill, technically rent, but I think I can get away with that for a couple more months, as long as Mom knows I'm doing it to upgrade to my PC, because that's what it's going to be for. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worried about it, but because like I said, this thing isn't just for streaming. It's also to help me unlock a future in the stuff that I want to be a part of, so I can eventually get away from. Even though I think it's wild that when you start working, you're just automatically considered magically not disabled, but that's a whole nother bag of worms. We're not going to get into that political jargon, but it's like, because I will lose a lot of my money I get per month when I start working at some point, when I do give me a good job. That's why the job has to be a career level job. It can't be a job that's just, like for instance, I can't just go work at McDonald's like most people could to get started, just to make ends meet and have at least some sort of paycheck, or Walmart or some BS like that. It's like, that's normally a good option for most for just getting into the field, even if you're a little older. Mostly for younger people in that case, but but for me, because of my disability, even if I was just a Walmart greeter, right? Sitting at the door talking and saying hello to people and checking receipts and stuff, that instantly makes me far less money. Because the amount that Walmart would pay me, paycheck-wise, versus what I would lose, is not enough. And here's the other wild thing that I'm going to tell you something. We're not going down this road completely, but just for anyone who doesn't know this, because, if you're not in a wheelchair, you don't know these, no one's going to know these kinds of things. To let you know how crazy this also is, if I were to start working and have a job, I now have to pay for my wheelchair out of pocket. Let me tell you something about how expensive these electric wheelchairs are. They are darn near the same price as a fucking cheap car. We're talking like, in some cases, $13,000. And it's like, and that's for certain, that's probably for a cheaper one. I'm pretty sure mine is closer to 20 something. Because it has so many custom things it has to have to meet my disability. And even then, some of the things I have, I still have to have help with and go to independent living and other organizations because certain things they don't think are required and aren't a necessity. Now, I'm not going to go down that can of worms because there's a lot of stuff I could talk about on why disability benefits are so crap. And it's not, by the way, that's not me crapping on the government either. At least not totally. There are reasons, things that I see every day, on why disability is not better for actual disabled people. I've talked a little bit about that before in a previous stream, where we were able to go more seriously into it. Such as, people are able to just go to a doctor and break a finger and somehow they're disabled and they're able to get on disability and also get parking stickers that will allow them to park in the handicap spots that are for people who are actually disabled, but yet they're completely fine. That's the rough draft. When you have that many people claiming from the government system, it kind of makes sense why proper disabled can't get what they need. Because there's too many people pretending to be disabled. But anyways, you gain 600 but lose thousands, yeah. Well, I mean, right now I make about, I'll put it out there because it's not a lot, but, it just doesn't bother me. I'm not one of those types. So, I make right now per month about 1,070 per month. Not every 2 weeks, per month. So to make up for that, I would need a job, minimum, that would pay me $600 every 2 weeks. Minimum. Because in 2 weeks, that'd be $1,200. That would at least make up for what I lost, majoritarily. But even then, it's not just the money, it's certain benefits go away too. Like I said with the wheelchair thing. I would end up having to do like my friend Abdul does. My brother's slash friend Abdul does. He has to pay for most of that stuff out of his own pocket and has to save up for it over spans of time. He has to do it like years ahead, knowing that he's going to have to do this. It is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. When disabilities don't magically disappear, especially when you have ones that are permanent, like me, no arms, limited legs, short as a goblin. No, that last one was just for fun, even though I am short. Let's see. It's like for Abdul, it's a spinal injury that happened during an accident. For my other brother, Cody, he's got I think it's muscular spinal atrophy, or it's MSA or MD, one of those. But it's basically a lot of these disabilities don't just go away and they put you wheelchair bound for the rest of your life. At least until someone figures out how to turn me and the doc off. But anyways, let's see, my AMD GPU, the 7900 XT, is about 10 inches long, and it barely fit in my EATX or EATX capable case. And that card is slick compared to the bigger GPUs. Also, my cases only cost me $60. But it was 2 years. But that was 2 years ago. I mean, cases aren't that bad. The case is probably going to be the cheapest thing that's going to be on the list. I just need to know what case I'm going to need, which is why I need to base it on the motherboard. But yeah. And see, or people pretend they're crazy and get on the payroll. Yeah, that's true too. The plead insanity trick. Not a courtroom one, although it's very similar. Oh, man. Drives me mad, man. So that's where the Slayer comes out, that I have to try to control it. Because I'll admit, you may not see it all the time. You've probably seen it here and there in a couple of streams where I've lost my temper a little bit. Not necessarily with that subject, but just in general. I do have a bit of a temper problem, but that's only because when you live the life that I do and you see this every day, it's hard not to want to turn into the Slayer sometimes. It's like, or go full Imperium. Like homicide level in this game. Let's see, specific partner models are longer. My specific model has it almost at 14 inches with its support bracket. But yeah, bigger motherboards have better thermal spread. Okay. I'll have to see. Alright, so it's going to be based solely on between price meets what I'm looking for. Since each part's going to be bought individually anyways. And see, I have a solution. Reopen insane asylums. Bet people won't pretend to be insane. Oh, I agree with that. See, that's the part that I agree with a certain someone as well. We definitely need to reopen the insane asylum. Then this pleading insanity bit would go away. And we're not going to go down this too much of a hole, but that certain court case that's happened recently with a certain lady. Boy, that brought the Slayer out in me when I heard about that court case. That's all I'll say. There's two things in this world that make the Slayer in me come to the surface instantly. Things that hurt the disabled, things that hurt children. Both of these make me want to go fully like that dude in the background and just absolutely unleash hell and rip and tear. Because it drives me insane how much insanity and crazy people we've kind of, and I'm saying this lightly, allowed to do what they do. So, you know, you and Farzir share that anger as Big LOL. I am as calm as the seas during a bright summer sun. Tam is Tam. I don't know about that, see. I bet you if I destroyed a Teo in front of you in real life, I bet you that would change. I never get mad, and Teo is all. By the way, did y'all see fandoms come together to jump on a movie like it's Doomsday of the Will? What? Were they trying to make what? Are they trying to make an Uma Musume movie? If it's about Teo, I'm immediately talking that movie. Let's see, Sealy, you went Slayer on me after I revealed the Tomimi truth to Art9. That's true. That's true. The Tomimi truth is also a Slayer level event for Sealy. see what Celia just said. What is this? Come on, Discord, load. What is that? Wow. Entire fandoms from Has-Been Hotel, animes, to cartoons, to shows like Invincible. In MLP, that last one makes me laugh. Came together to fight this. Uh, when is it gonna stop? When are we just gonna be fully done with this? This is... thank goodness the communities are putting an end to it. Just negative bomb it. Just negative. Those are the things that, like I was saying earlier when I used the gaming example, some things definitely do deserve the negative media to just rip it to shreds. Some don't, but yeah. Farseer says send it to her as well, Sealy. Oy, 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 oy. I just want to say something great here. That MLP joined in on this beatdown. You know things have gotten bad when you're getting the ponies pissed off. That's just something entirely baffles my mind. The rest makes sense. Dragon Ball, Invincible, Has-Been Hotel. Because Has-Been Hotel has some of that in it, but it's done right. It's done properly. Some shows have this, but if it's done right, it's fine. But you can clearly tell that that's a slop train. The one you just sent me a picture of. You can tell that that's going to be a slop fest, and and no offense to it, the one difference between Has-Been Hotel and that, Has-Been Hotel is targeted more towards adults. That looks like that's targeting towards children. Anything that targets towards children that does that kind of stupid... Well, how do I word this? Grooming is the nicest way to put it. I completely think it needs to be destroyed. Because you should not, like, I have nothing against those types of medias being for adults, because adults make their own decisions. We're all adults here, as they say, but not for kids. I do not care what anyone thinks. That is not something that belongs. It's just like the school thing that happened ages ago. That is not something that belongs around children whatsoever. Which could be why even MLP is jumping in on this. Wow, Digital Circus is in on this too. Jujutsu Kaisen! Even Uma Musume is in on this. Yo! One Piece, that makes sense. That movie is Australian made and was out for a year. The people who saw it say it's good or something and its rating is at a 93%. What, the thing you just sent me? That's gotta be just slop media reviewers. I guarantee you that a ton of people didn't see that. I guarantee you majority of the normal populace didn't even touch that slop. I guarantee it. Because there is another issue with media as well, besides, even though once again, it's a double-edged sword, what I was talking about with the negative media around certain things with video gaming as far as specifically, Because some games deserve the treatment. Concord, High Guard, and Marathon. These are just some examples. They deserve to be ripped apart for what they are. They're just slop at that point. And we're not talking about just slop because of certain tropes or maybe certain things even in them. We're talking about not even the game. It's not even going to be a fun game. It's not a game that's going to be a fun game. It's just it's a rinse and repeat. Now, I will agree that on some level, even Wolverine's having that problem mechanically, but Wolverine's also a single-player game. It's not a live service game either. Because all the other examples I gave were all live service games. Because when it's a live service game, if you're going to want me to care at all, to spend any money on it, we're talking about gotchas or even just roguelikes, things like squad-based shooters, or what they call them, what technically Fortnite is or was, and technically what Apex Legends, that's what the good example. What Apex Legends was and all that. I forget what they're called. But, it's like if you're going to want me to care about those, especially when they're competitive based, yeah, you need to work a lot harder. Because those games are notoriously bad for microtransaction, min-maxing and wanting to suck your wallet out of your soul. Or suck the soul out of your wallet's probably a better apt in this case, considering the way it's handled. Single player games, it really depends on the game. I'm less harsh depending on the IP and depending on what it's trying to achieve. And depending on, like, do I really think it needs to revolutionize its industry at that moment? Like with Wolverine as an example, on the opposite spectrum, getting a lot of hate right now. Some things for more stupid reasons, other things I understand from a mechanics standpoint. Because so far from what I've seen, it isn't going to be, it's not like it's going to be a box office, whoa! I'm not even going to say that at all. It's definitely probably not going to be that. Could surprise us, but I highly doubt that. But it's going to be a decent game, in my opinion. Like a game that's good, but it's also not like, you know, blowing your socks off and revolutionizing the hero action genre. So. Oh, did I miss your comment, Crispy? Hold on. Linked? Well, what were you talking about, linked? What were you referencing when you said linked, Crispy? I saw it, but my brain kind of sadly glazed over it. Sometimes my brain goes so fast I forget to say certain things. I sent you a short about some of the edits going on in the fandoms. Oh, new roguelike game, linked. I'll have to. I don't know if that's on PlayStation. I'll have to look it up and see if and check it out. Because right now I can only really do most things on my PlayStation right now. Once I get my old PC hooked back up, I'm gonna be able to do some smaller things, well, lighter things like RimWorld and things like that, because it's not graphically intensive and things like that. It's just mechanics. And it's just detailed mechanics and stuff like that, which we're gonna do. But let me check, see what Seeley sent. Sent me some shorts on the current thing. The entire internet hates this. Yeah. I'll bring it up real quick, since it's a short. Jeez, look how many people are in on this. Bro, and whoa, it's so fast. This is generally one of the most hated things. The Has Been Hotel, an apology. And bro, they literally beating up the main character. Wait, really? Probably the worst way to start your movie. Has a 98%? See, this is why I don't trust Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes just lies to their teeth. They're just a slop media review company at this point. Most of them, sadly, have become that. Because they'll jump straight on the bandwagon to defend it. Because it's not about the product anymore. It's about pushing a narrative. And that's just, one, it's disgusting. I'm just going to say it like it is. It really is. Because you're not here, you're not supposed to be here to push a narrative. You're supposed to be here to sell a product and, you know, get me interested in wanting to buy whatever you're putting down on the table. That isn't what this is. It's trying to push narratives down people's throats from a small percentage to the vast majority who do not agree with it. And that just needs to be accepted. It's just like I'll say ever again. The anthill terminology always wins. If you have a 2% versus a 98%, the 98% which dislike this and dislike any of that narrative pushing BS are going to just rip it apart, and rightfully so. But I sent both of y'all another short. Or not, I sent you the appropriate response to a movie like this. Let me look real quick. And then I'm going to check the store real quick, see if I can see this game that Crispy mentioned as well. Well, let me watch Farseers, look at Farseers real quick, then go back and look at the one Sealy just sent. It's the wrong one. We need to start doing this to people making these movies. Yeah, I agree. I love that show so much. 100% agree, Farseer. Let me look and see what Sealy's was. 100%. And that's why it's gotten so far. Is because we as the 98% of this, of the value in the entire world, have been way too soft-handed with all of this. Seriously. When you're the vast majority, and this is just life, I'm sorry, even nature obeys by this rule, aka Mother Nature. When you're the vast majority, guess who wins? Get over it. It's like, it's just, we need to put this 2% bullshit in its place. How it feels watching every Phantom Unite. Okay, I like that one. That first one was great. Oh, man. Even Godzilla in the background, bro. Everybody getting ready to go ham. That was a crazy... That was literally like a Thanos event. That was like when all of the Avengers and everything in the Endgame, when they all came, when Doctor Strange brought all the different variants through the portals and got everyone together and they created an army. That is legit what that felt like watching that little short. And once again, as it should be, because it's like we are. It's like that. It's like the Green Mile. If you've ever seen that movie, the meme that comes from that. I'm tired, boss. Because everyone is sick and fed up and tired of this narrative constantly resurfacing because of a small, higher level, more influential percentage that keeps supporting this. Now, once again, it doesn't mean much because the 98% of the other people on the planet are like, yeah, no. People are saying it's the equivalent to Doomsday, but an actual Doomsday. Yeah. Sealy, it gets worse. Warhammer Helldivers and gaming fandoms are jumping in too. Boy, you know it's bad when the Warhammer ones are in there. They're like, alright. Like what she did with the meme with the one Farseer sent me. Just throw it in the fire. Lots say the third closest time we got to world peace. I mean, a certain someone said recently in one of his newer videos that the quickest way to unite people is against a common goal. When you start creating something that's so hated, it creates this unification that happens between, you notice what I said, the word I used there, I did that on purpose, that happens to where literally everyone in the world, this was for a different subject obviously, and it was how to get rid of a certain problem that has resurfaced. It's always been there, it's just it had gone away, majority of it, or at least people were more tolerant of certain things when it comes to problems like that, because it wasn't a double standard. And because there was no double standard, everything was kind of balanced out. It didn't mean it wasn't there, it just means it was balanced out. So it's like when you have something that gets to a certain level that's big enough that tests the entire percentage of mankind versus a small percentage of it or something from outside source, it will legit, overnight in some cases, depending on what you're talking about, force everyone together in one pool. And they will immediately join forces. Now, it doesn't mean won't go back to maybe punching each other afterwards, but it's the same old trope like with aliens, right? Let's say aliens came out of nowhere from space and was like the Covenant, right? This is just an example. I'm not saying that this is for any specific reason or we win or would lose. Not that kind of conversation. Just if the Covenant came down tomorrow, humanity unites in less than 24 hours. So it's one of those level of events. POV. When September 11th, and Invincible fans are the only ones defending the Earth from but it opens millions of portals to protect Earth. That is amazing. That is Charlie String. I like that. Oh man, that's beautiful. Charlie opens up millions of portals to protect the Earth from the woke. He got reincarnated on Kirk Day. That has many levels considering Star Trek as well. And what happened to that? Holy crud, that's a crazy meme. That is amazing. Just this once. Yep. Like I said, that's an Avengers level of occurrence. That's like the Covenant coming down from space occurrence. Just for some reason it happened as a movie. It's many other things that are causing this too in some cases. That people are starting to just be fed up with all this crazy, this, that, with that narrative that's mentioned in the meme. It's like, bro. I've said that before in a previous stream, that is going to be the thing that I think is going to probably knock down a lot of walls in certain places when it comes to certain people with each other. For at least a little while, anyways. While it's still present, once again. Yeah, Reggie, you said it, that everyone's using it everywhere from places that hated each other. It's like just this once. We all unite together to destroy that thing. If the Covenant came down tomorrow, humanity unites to become glass together. You are right. We wouldn't have the technology, I think, to beat the Covenant in our current state. Although, then again, humanity's crazy. I do think we underestimate ourselves when we are united. Separately, obviously, we would be absolutely wrecked. But I do think we underestimate ourselves and what we would probably achieve in a short-ass amount of time. Because I don't think they glass us right away, because I think they would be prideful, right? They would think they could win it without that. Obviously, I mean, if you look at us now, if you were an outside force, like the Covenant, and you look at us in our current state, you'd probably think, oh, we can just win this by invading them. They wouldn't stand a frickin' chance. Not knowing what humanity's capable of when it actually will put aside its differences and pull out all the crazy, tricky things that we do as a species that no other species dares to even think about doing. I guarantee you we'd be hijacking Covenant vessels, weapons, somehow figuring out how to reverse engineer them. And now, would this lead to them maybe eventually trying to glass us? And would we know in time to how to prevent that? That's a 50-50. I think that could go, they could either end up realizing the danger quick enough, glass us early, keep us from doing anything, and then we all just turn the glass together. Or we somehow figure out how to create a shield that prevents this around Earth and around the cities, especially major cities in certain regions, and still continue the guerrilla BS that we're known for. It's like I said, we're probably, and I believe this wholeheartedly, by the way, this is just me, even in real life, if there are other alien species out there and things like that are more advanced than us, I do believe this is me and something I share with a channel I watch called Roanoke that I've talked about before. He's originally, I think, a biologist or a geneticist or something like that, and he likes to break down like the science of like sci-fi movies and games and how legit they would be. What's our chances of humanity dealing with this and things like that. Him and I kind of share the same aspect, that we're a lot crazier than we seem. I mean, if you just look at how we act to each other sometimes, that shouldn't be too surprising. But let's see, Lore Covenant wouldn't invade. Providence would give us an ultimatum or glass us. And even then, I still wonder if we would find a way to cheat them. Like maybe we agree to the ultimatum in the beginning, but then, because you got to understand how squirrely we are. I could see us legit if we knew the ultimatum was death and we knew we couldn't avoid it at that moment. I could see us joining the Covenant even if we had to be enslaved, hashtag, at first. But then figuring out a way to come back later when we knew how to stop it. And then immediately turning into the UNSC. You see, just get Captain America and Optimus Prime's voice actors for a war speech. We're set. I do agree that would be pretty easy, pretty convenient. That's definitely a good call out. Optimus, especially. Optimus's voice is just that voice. So what the brutes were doing? Yes. Yeah, actually, yes. I forgot that they did that. But it's like, because it's like, because if you're faced with that ultimatum, then obviously you're gonna, most species don't want to die, obviously, even if the alternative means being enslaved by this unknown alien race. Most species are going to try to, especially humans, and definitely the brutes, like you said, because I kind of forgot about that too, which you notice that brutes are also basically giant apes, right? We're basically primate-like creatures. So I wonder if it's just a primate trait. Where we will literally, like, play that card. Like, alright, we'll play along. We won't say that out loud, obviously. We'll pretend that we're fully capitulating and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But then all of a sudden run you over with our upgraded warthogs out of nowhere. brutes were near our level when the Covenant showed up. Oh. Someone's gonna make a prion super disease and nuke us in the Covenant. That could happen too, but but that's, like I said, it's humanity's innovation is our biggest tool. This is what makes us both terrible and super terrifying to anything else when we're united. Whether it be other factions of humans, when the mass majority go against a smaller minority. So once again, a 2% versus a 98, as an example. Or once again, humans versus some sort of alien species to survive. And see, I don't agree with primate traits. I believe more reptile or frog. I do think there's some of that in human genetics play into it a little bit with how, if you look back at this is more from the science perspective. If you look back at like the, what is it called? My brain. When we first came into being, or like from the science perspective, I'm ignoring obviously right now the more biblical side of things, but even that, I'm not going to bring that one into this, but even that I could explain away why that's probably true too, that there's some of that in there too, or at least reptilian. I don't know about frog, but reptilian probably. And it's like, just because there is still some markers in the human genome that are very mysterious to us, and why we're able to do those things when other primates cannot do that. That's just an example. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Humans' healing ability. Even though it's not like it's Wolverine, we're not talking like healing factor of Wolverine. Just in general. The human body's ability to heal and do certain things far surpasses most animals on this planet, including the other primates, by a lot. So, one could argue that's definitely not a primate trait, because primates don't do that. Lizards kind of do that. Reptiles kind of do that. So that's why you could argue maybe that comes from that. But I forget what is the word I'm missing? The goop or the soup that we all come from. The original theory of like the scientific theory of creation, like we all come from the primordial soup type situation. If let's say that's the case from the science side of answers, then one could argue, if that's true, then this means that we are definitely a bag of tricks. We are definitely whatever our planet is made up of as a whole. Because once again, there are so many things the human species does. There's even things we probably don't even know about ourselves, species-wise, that even maybe none of the animals can account for. That maybe it comes from something even the planet itself probably produced in us for us being born on this world. There's so much that goes into that. That would require a whole discussion of its own, and I'd need to do some prior extra research so I don't say the wrong things, because it's been a while since I've talked about that kind of stuff. This is why I love Roanoke's channel, because he knows way more about that kind of stuff when it comes to genetics and biology and stuff like that. That's why I love his videos. Because he definitely doesn't shortchange humanity. A lot of people do, but he definitely kind of harkens in and makes people realize humans are scarier than you think. See, wonder why it took until Halo 2 for brutes to get plasma weapons. It's because the damn elites veto all their weapons procurement and told them to bring their own weapons. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Let's see. Axolotl, octopus, crab, and such can regen their limbs as well. That's true, I forgot about that. Meanwhile, the immortal jellyfish can revert its cellular progression back to its infancy stage, achieving the first level of immortality. Which is why we study these animals, to unlock their ability. And one could argue the human body does a small bit of this, but not on the level that jellyfish does. That's where that one animal, I will say, has the superiority. And that's actually kind of how it is with a lot of animals, if you think about it, versus humans. They have one good thing that they're capable of, like one super trait, but the rest of the traits are terrible. Whereas humans have the Swiss Army knife treatment. We're kind of got a bit of everything. It's not all as powerful as an individual trait maximized to the top tier, but it definitely is there. Which is also why I think, as a species, and this is going once again down the rabbit hole that we would need a whole discussion for, is why the Wayland thing and why xenomorphs. Note why. Technically are a legit possibility. There's actually a few genetic made creatures you could argue are a possibility from the human genome because of what we are as a creature or as a living organism and how advanced our species actually is on the biological level. And if you start to get into like genetics and things like that, especially what we're getting into now and the technology that we're discovering and that we're learning how to do, I'll say it again. We could literally xenify ourselves if we went down certain roads. Or xenofy ourselves. You don't want the full thing. The immortal jellyfish uses, though, just the reversion process, but no full reversal. Imagine being a 70-year-old man and regressing back to the body of a baby. Yeah, see, that's the difference, right? Well, what you would want, like you said, you'd want the cells to basically... Because our cells kind of do this to a certain extent. I'm going to butcher this, because once again, I'm not as expert on this as like someone like Roanoke, which is why I always recommend his channel to people to learn about certain things when it comes to genetics and the things he talks about. There's certain things in the cell that cause what's called cell death, death of the cells, and things like that happens in our body. So really, that's what you're looking for, is what you're referencing, versus actually regressing the cells back to an earlier stage. You'd only want to do that if you could control where they stop. Because if you couldn't, then like you said, you could turn a 70-year-old man into a baby. Now, would the body do this is the question too, because there's also other things that play into this too, that's not just genetics, when it comes to how biology plays out and how the body forms and things like that. Would it actually shrink? Or would it cause some sort of weird cascade effect? Because part of me wonders if there'd be almost an inversion effect that could happen. That, yeah, maybe physically you might not go back to be a baby, but what if it turns your mind like that? And, of course, the body, to a certain extent, is going to get really young, and maybe certain facial features might change over time. But I don't think the bones can shrink. I don't think that... You'd need a whole nother level of ridiculousness to make that happen. But I do think that there is a certain truth that if you did have regression problems, that it would somehow make you a grown baby. Like, you'd still be the size of a full-grown adult, but your body would look more like a baby. Meaning, like, the muscles would change, your facial structure would change, because that part wouldn't be too hard for it to do. Especially when it comes to muscular structure, not skeletal structure. So... Oh yeah, Benjamin Button did that. Yeah, liver can technically do that as well. Need to figure out how to shrink the bones. Yeah, telomeres, I think that's the right word. Mass can't be destroyed. I don't think you will shrink, just that your cellular progression is like you were just born. Think of how people in the old days used a power drill to revert the speed of an odometer, of a car, because back then they were mechanical, yeah. It is essentially that. And I do think muscularly certain things will change. It won't shrink, but like I said, it'll almost like a mutation if you think about it. And this could cause some very bad effects. That is the one thing why you don't want reversion unless you can control the reversion at a certain level and stop it at a certain peak. So that way it doesn't cause, once again, it feels like a cascade effect is the right word to use there. But yeah, Benjamin Button was a good movie about that. It was kind of similar in what that was kind of happening in that movie. Although it actually did have him go back to being a baby, didn't it? Like he actually did shrink, I think, in that movie. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you see, we just want prime years, not giant baby. Yeah, exactly. That what do you become Ramana from Smite? Just thought about that. It's a good reference. It's a good joke. We all just turn into Vamana if we couldn't control it, and we don't want that. Because if you did shrink, your mass is the same. So fitting the mass of a grown human into a baby's form, meaning your density is massive, unless you shed or something. Which the only way to do that would be genetic alteration versus reversion. So that's why I said you would need all kinds of other stuff if you wanted that kind of stuff to actually do that kind of level of physical change. Because then you'd almost need to splice almost like Doc Connor's Lizard Man level of like shedding skin, or snake actually is more of an apt term. Maybe wait, the crabs do that too, right? I can't remember, but basically you'd have to go one of the animal splicings that would allow for the shedding of certain things, so you could get rid of certain levels of mass. Right now, for cellular regression, we managed to regress cataracts on a rat's eyes. I mean, we're doing a lot more than that from what I've seen theorized, but that is one of the more official ones where we've actually succeeded in, like you said, reverting basically cataracts in a rat. We're making the Skaven better. Gotta improve the Skaven. But why not just make a way so our teeth regenerate? That would be a good one. That probably could be possible. I could see that one being something you could do. Now, any type of manipulation in that way can lead to adverse mutations in effect. Because let's say you over-exhilarate it too much. Well, what if it just starts growing infinite teeth? Kind of like those those phobia types where you're like there's certain ones that are like the polka dot thing, but the ones where it's like nothing but teeth, like people who have phobias of monsters who just have all teeth. Regression means we can help our brains not undergo dementia, but the problem is once those paths are destroyed, they are gone. So sure, you have a healthy brain, but a reformatted storage. Yeah, and that's true too. If you don't catch it early enough, there is a fact in that too. I didn't think about that. That if it's already destroyed the pathways, like what you referenced with dementia, is like technically what you'll be doing is almost resetting like a storage device or reformatting a computer. So they probably wouldn't remember anything, no matter what. Once again, mentally they'd be starting over in a way. Which that's one kind of plays into the excluding the physical change problem. That'd be the biggest issue I think that would happen in regression, in any type of regression therapy or type of regression genetics, is your brain would end up going back to probably baby level, to be fair. Depending on how bad it gets. You'd have no information. You'd have to relearn everything. I mean, our current teeth self-heal from chugging soda every single day. Facts. Facts, Farseal, facts. Our jaws aren't meant to support regrowing teeth. You want to avoid the wisdom teeth, overcrowding, and fact, we need more minerals to support the new growth. Well, I mean, the body can produce that. I mean, that's the same thing in how new bone grows, right? How you reproduce new bone. Like people say bone heals, technically it's regrowing. It takes a long time. And this is in like more theorized things. This is something I don't know the term for either. I've seen this in a Roanoke video of him explaining how bone growth works and why in certain movies, like, for instance, how he explained, this is a good example. If you ever wanted to look up what I'm talking about, when he was covering werewolf, lycanthropy, like actually would it be possible to turn into a werewolf? Technically, the only way that would work is if your body is literally kicked in on such a high level that it's able to form new bone, grow the new bones using the, what's it called? Once again, I don't remember my terms that I learned, but and things like that, and also, of course, also changes of the structure and the muscular pathing or muscularity and skeletal restructuring, because it's not just regrowing. Some skeletal bones are actually shifting and almost breaking and reforming. If you think about how lycanthropy works, if it were real, especially like ones like from Underworld, how they change and how they become just massive wolf, that's quite ridiculous how that would even be possible. And also reverting's even worse. Growing, yes, maybe. If you had the right setup and we knew enough about genetics, you could probably cause that to happen if you knew what you were doing. And we had the technology for this. Regression, here's the difference though. What's not realistic in lycanthropy is you'd never, at least not easily, you'd never go back. And it's like you'd end up being that for good. And see, because our current teeth and our jaws set themselves, which is why other than teeth dying and rotting, is the reason they don't shift drastically. So you have to make the gums release healthy teeth. Which I think, once again, I think they could do that. I mean, think about our bodies already do this in the early stages. Remember your baby teeth, right? When you lose some of your baby teeth and new teeth replace them, technically it already does that, or it has the potential to do that. But the body also has a limit to this. Once again, because it has a roof. And it's like, but this is also why any type of genetic anything is serious sauce, man. Like, that's some dangerous playing field. Like, this is why, technically, what David and, with the Xenomorphs and what he did with Emma Shaw, or if you're looking at even technically what Spencer does with the T-Virus, because if you really think about what the T-Virus does, it's technically the same thing. It's reanimating cells and doing things like that, and creating things that in those types of tropes that cause, well, in the mutations cases, like the bioweapons, like the liquors, the tyrants, and things like that, Nemesis, is like, these are technically mutations created through the manipulation of cells and probably genetics. These are all massive examples of these. See, Lee, I'm not talking about the level of that level of regeneration. I'm talking about current teeth being able to heal themselves. Yeah, see, that'd be more likely. I do think it'd be easier to achieve that, what Farseer just said, than also going the route of even having new teeth grow if you lose them. Because here's the thing, because which is why I agree with Farseer about the healing part versus regeneration of growing new ones, is once again limits. How would you stop it from doing it too much? So healing would be way more likely. That's what we're researching with cancer. Yeah, I've heard that too. Also, gum healing would be nice, yeah. Also, yes, 100% agree. Especially when you're disabled, you don't really have a way to take care of your own gum and teeth properly yourself. And you have to rely on other people. Not a fun thing. It's not easy. But yeah. Alright, well, dang. Alright, what time is it? It's 7:43. We've been chit-chatting for a while now. Also, regen teeth is hard for the body for one thing, because teeth are, I believe, bodies of dead cells stacking on each other. So I would assume the target is to make the pulp continuously make new layers. Yes. Yes. 100%. I mean, everything's technically layers when it comes to bone or cells in that kind of way. When it comes, even skin to a certain extent, kind of behaves that way if you think about it. So yes, it's about layers. It's about creating new layers so it technically heals itself by essentially replacing the old layer by growing a new one. Won't get out of control with how much acid is in our foods. That's true. And the things we drink. You know, if modifications were made easy, affordable, and non-invasive, how many people are giving themselves tails and animal ears? Well, I can tell you one for sure. 100%. I actually think it'd be quite a few people, more than you think. A lot of people, too, tend to hate on that trope and what I'm referencing. But I think of what people don't realize, there's a lot. Now, I'm not saying everybody, but I do think there's a lot more out there than people like to let on that would immediately do this. Seriously, yeah, why not? Yeah, but mine would, for me, since it's me, it'd be obviously lion-based stuff. If I'm gonna go that route, I'm obviously a lion. I'm a lion. It goes. Let's see, but yeah, I agree with Farseer. I think it's a lot. Furries, the internet runs on furries. Yeah, I mean, I think in general humans have this weird inclination that we subconsciously don't talk about. That's why that even exists in the first place. Because if you think about it, if it wasn't something in there normally, then who became the first furry? Seriously. Who was the very first person to do this? Why did they even think? We're not talking about the nasty part either. We're talking about in general. Just the thought of you yourself having, for some reason, a tail and ears or whatever. It's like, it is a very strange concept, but it's not as deep-rooted in everyone, because I think it's also a bit of exposure as well on top of that. Internet, obviously. But this comes from somewhere. And I still, once again, this is just me. This is no facts behind this, what I'm about to say. I also somewhat believe that maybe it even stems from, if we are a bag of tricks of genetics, since, I say if just for the sake of chat, just because everyone's different out there and believes different things, but if we are a bag of tricks that came out of the primordial soup, and if you believe in that too, well, heck, even if you believe in the creationism like I do, like in the Bible, there are certain things you could probably read into that say, okay, if we're made of all these different things, to a certain extent, even if it's small, there's a slight inclination genetically somewhere in there, depending on deviations, that draw you in different directions. This is why I also think we all have favorite animals as well that we prefer, just like normal animals. Like why some people are cat people, why some people are dog people, why they prefer to have a dog over a cat, or a cat over a dog, or in James's case, a crab. You see, people finna make themselves look like Digimon. The humanoids with guns. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that's technically probably somewhat true as well. And it's been becoming more and more common, if you've noticed as of late. And now, once again, I do partially think that's partially internet exposure, but exposure also, to a certain extent, you can argue that it's unlocking something in the brain. Once again, some people have more disposition than others that already was there and pushing it even further. Which is good and bad. That can be bad. But it's the animatronics and money spawn camp. So many. Yeah. Especially that second one. I grew up on that second one. And Sonic. And Star Fox. Shall I go on? What's your favorite dinosaur? Mine's the Spino. Someone said if a person can't answer that question relatively fast, it's a red flag. What? I mean, it's obviously a T-Rex, but why would that be a red flag? Maybe they just don't have more reptile in themselves. Maybe they're not inclined to be a reptile. What if their favorite prehistoric animal is a dire wolf or some shit? Rouge the Bat was ground zeros. Yeah. Yeah. They never had a dinosaur phase. That's true too. I may give myself a leaky tail, of course. See, you're definitely more, you're either partially, because you call yourself Sealy, you're partially aquatic, and you're partially clearly reptile. Mine is the trike, yeah. Yeah, you fuzzy. T-Rex in me over here is like, what was that? No, I'm sorry. Like a crocodile? Can't be. Not like I'm in a place that has them. hey, like I said, environment plays a part in it, but also, once again, everything we experience in our lives now, there's a self-control element to anything, obviously. But environment plays a lot into like everything around you. And what it can draw out, what it can't. Now, of course, once again, self-control determines on certain positives and negatives. You pull from that whatever the influence is, because it's fine to partake and be influenced by something as long as that you're not taking it to an extreme on anything. That's the difference. But you are probably onto something there. The Florida man species, aka the land of Sobek. Maybe Ardnot was a T-Rex in an earlier life. Goblin arms. You might be right. As far as reptiles are concerned, I 100% believe that. All bite, no punch. Oh, man. I now, for some reason, have no arms. T-Rex arms are strong enough to lift a grown man. Well, obviously, but they're like triple our size. T-Rexes are massive. Of course, even with their scrawnier arms, they could lift us. We're tiny as hell compared to them. But in dinosaur terms, definitely has the scrawniest arms in the bunch. Definitely has gobbo arms. It's not like it's gonna, throw hands with what was that Xeno type bird dinosaur with the claws on its hands or on its fingers and its feet? I forgot what it's called. It's a certain type of dino. Like, that's clearly, that one had an advantage in the arm department. But the Carno arms are smaller. Oh, that's true, they are. Yeah, you are right about that. I never thought about that. Carno got really boned. T-Rex have small arms, but man, poor Carnos, man. They basically don't have arms at all. I didn't even think about that. Poor Carno. I said it first, dude. You both here. But, oh, man. Spino had strong arms. Yeah, but the actual lore-accurate Spino isn't the one from JP, though. I mean, they did, but they also weren't as fast, and I think they were mostly waterbound most of the time. So it kind of makes sense that they would need a bit stronger push, because they're probably swimming a lot more. Although my boy kept getting nerfed because of science. My poor boy. Well, that's because they kept finding out the difference between certain dinos. I mean, except for the Rex. It turns out Rex was scarier than we thought. But... T-Rex kept getting buffed, yep. Because we kept finding out, man, there's a reason why this thing was called basically the king of the dinos. At least during its era, anyways. Those things were nightmares for probably most things they lived with. This is why if I was John Hammond, I wouldn't make a JP Rex. I'd make a lore-accurate Rex from history. It'd be 10,000 times worse if the JP incident actually occurs, though. That thing is gonna be bodying so much of the park. Because the T-Rex got clapped in Jurassic Park. I know scientists have an agenda against the Spino. I can prove it. I can't prove it, but I know. Carcharodontosaurus was Spino's biggest opponent, not Rex. Yeah. I probably butchered that name, by the way. But the longer names always get me. But alrighty, well, I mean, it's too late to start another stream, so we've kind of just turned this into partially vlog, partially me doing the arenas. This was more of a bonus episode anyways to finish up the Master Arena sections, which we did really good on. Only died like, what, 3-4 times? It was a lot less than I anticipated, but I actually had some sleep and was energized and ready to go. The only time it really got me is when some of the faster moving things that kept hitting me from my sides, and also that stupid Arch-Eagle. And it's like, I kind of gotten used to fighting most of the things that I'm used to fighting now. Like I said, you can tell by the end of this, I got majority of my reflexes back. I even got to the point I stopped using the shield, if you noticed. I started fighting everything with the spear. Because I learned how to dodge even some of the more aggressive things, like the Baron, the Komodo, aka Lizard Boy, the Agadon Hunters, and things like that. I started just learning how to dodge them and be perfect with that alone so I could always stay with the spear. Because the spear is a little bit more versatile than the shield with most of the enemies in the DLC. Especially when it comes to the Revenants having their shield. You can just pop it instantly and almost basically be able to execute them right there. By tossing the spear at him if you have a charge. Same thing for Agadon. You can just break his shield if he decides to try to fall back and fire the skulls. And then go in for a free hit. Doomslayer's animal is a bunny, lol. It is. Well, I think that's more of a happenstance thing. I feel like Doomslayer's animal is probably a bull himself. However, resonates with a bunny. Because think about it, the bunny's only his favorite thing because it represents the girl that he couldn't save. So Spino lucky they don't share a food source because the Kark is a freaking bleed build noob. Oh yeah. Bleed builds are always good. Also, the thing you hate the most is what you secretly love. Which means your hate for Teo shows how much you care for her or not. Also, I'm an exception to the rules, so don't bother. Sure, Sealy, sure. Doomslayer and Izumu? Remember that or not? That's an interesting combo. Yeah, see, Farseer immediately knew what I was at. You don't remember? Am I forgetting something? Isn't that the rabbit? No. What was the rabbit's name? What are we talking about again? What did I forget? I put a picture up on Discord of my new shirt. Doom Eternal came out the same day Isabelle game came out. Forgot the name. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. My brain, yeah. That's ironic. I didn't think about that. Let me see what Crispy posted. Probably put it on the core. Okay, that's a dope shirt, I'm not gonna lie. Poor Stay Puft, man. But he was kind of outclassed to begin with in that situation by a lot. So now he's a roasted marshmallow. Yeah, Animal Crossing. Also, think she's a dog, though. She is a dog. She's not a rabbit. Nintendo fed the words that day. And was hopeless to stop it. Yeah, you're right. The amount of Isabelle stuff that exists is quite substantial. I feel like it's only just now that, although someone else is quickly starting to come up that ladder real fast, I only think that just now that a certain wolf matched Isabelle in that kind of power. Although, there's a certain cat that might beat both of them. Because, bruh. And we all know what cat I'm talking about. We do. If you don't, then you just haven't been on the internet at all enough lately. Nintendo's Bane. Question, what's up, Vars or Sealy? I can't think. My brain's starting to turn to mush. If I had a nickel for every time a yellow Egyptian cat took over the internet, I'd have 2 nickels. Yeah, I know who you're referencing. Yeah, someone originally used to have that spot, but before the new one replaced it. Although, you know, a lot of people make that comparison. Like, you know how many memes I've seen that put these 2 characters in the same room? And I do mean memes, not the other stuff, although there's plenty of that too. But it's like, but like all the memes that is like basically, there's this spiritual succession thing kind of meme going on that she's basically, everyone looks at her as the daughter of that said character. Like the carrying on of the torch. Or the reincarnated version. Which isn't a lot, but weird it happened twice. And it happened twice instantly too. Although with the hype around the new one, I think this one's going to be bigger than the last one. I think this one's going to become far more popular than the original. If we had the tech to perfectly mimic our characteristics, has our memory, and acts like us, would you be able to live with yourself? Yeah. Actually, probably pretty easily. I don't know what that says. First it was like, no. I mean, even though they're not exact, this is going to be a weird topic that I'm about to kind of touch on for a second. But isn't that, this is going to be a weird one, isn't that technically, I know it's not going to be identical like what you're referencing. But isn't that technically what finding a partner is? Isn't think about this in your brain. Even though maybe not everything, obviously, because there's a difference. Obviously, they're not going to be identical, but versus what Seeley's comparison is. But technically, when you're looking for someone or trying to meet someone, sometimes I do think that we naturally, as a species or as people, we seek out maybe not everything, but we seek out kind of pretty much everything that is us, but in the opposite. There's only one Steam account and I ain't sure. I like how that's the reason. A female version of myself. More tail appreciation, the better. Well, see, that's what I was kind of touching on. Like, that's why I think it's easier than, I mean, other than Farsi not wanting to share her Steam account with her other version of herself, with the male version of herself. It's like, that's kind of, I mean, even though it's not literally a clone of you, or a copy of you, that is kind of what we do when seeking people and seeking out someone to be with you in your life. When you're looking for a partner or a lover, rather. We kind of are seeking, maybe not in everything, like I said, basically just the alternate version of yourself. Because if you've ever seen what and I'm going to use a certain couple as an example, a certain famous gold man and his new lady, if you look how she is versus him, tell me they aren't perfectly suited. That almost like an opposite version of him. See what I mean? And usually in most cases, the best relationships are those. They're the ones where you find that person who matches majority of the markers that come from you. But obviously, the opposite is in. Well, at least for most people. That's why I said I hate to say that because I don't think the world wants two of me anyways. It's like, but think about that if there is. I know she's probably out there somewhere, but it's like, think about that. Think about this in your head. Now, obviously the copy wouldn't be even crazier if it was a copy, but just opposite is, think about there's another somewhere out there female version of Ardnot, me. Somewhere out there. She's somewhere out there causing just as much doom as I do, especially with certain characters. But her character would be, I think his name is Jackson. He's the famous male wolf. I think that's his name. But it's like, I guarantee you, somewhere out there. Oh yeah, let me see if Linked is on PlayStation real quick. I didn't look at that. You're right. 1 second. Blue screen real quick. Because it's going to have the blue screen to look at it. For me to look this up. See if it's on PlayStation. LYNKD. I had a P as well, so I can't do this too much longer. Is it called... What did you say it was? What type of game it was? I have a game called Linked Banner of the Spark. Is that it? But I don't see any other Linked games spelled that way. I was looking for a roguelike game. So maybe? Oh, it is that? So it is on PlayStation. Huh. This is like robot based. That's pretty cool. Kind of gives me like Ratchet and Clank kind of cartoony animation style. But also, like you said, when you're out in the field, it's kind of like a roguelike, top down, like dungeon crawler kind of thing. Hack and slash based. That's definitely interesting. I'll keep an eye on that because if I'm able to pick it up, I'll definitely check it out because it looks interesting. And I do like me some dungeon crawling games like that and kind of stuff. What do you call them? Uh, my brain's not working. It's getting tired. I do like me some roguelike games as well. For me, it's when the first see the other one. Oh, the war of Ardnons is decided when one falls off first. The other one only has to close the door and wait for the other to die. Oh, that's actually kind of hilarious. Isn't that? And see, okay, taking what I said, if that clone of yourself adheres to the whole, there can only be one, and tries to replace you, would you be able to win against yourself? Woo. That's like Doom v Doom. That's going to be a nasty battle, man. That's definitely going to be some crazy tricks played in that. But Farseer's right. It's just going to be whoever finally gets the other one somehow to fall out the wheelchair. And then all they have to do is just wait. For me, it's when the first pulls out Gilberto or Tomimi, or we fuse into a hive mind because our Teo tenacity resonated or something. For me, it's whoever grabs the home defense 9 first. I mean, that's the simplest answer, but I don't have anything like that. I do have a knife, actually, I can wield. So I guess it'd be whoever got that. Then again, I am pretty good at, surprisingly, well, not against a normal person I wouldn't be, because they're taller than me and can stand higher and I can be out of my reach. But if I can actually reach someone's hands, or in that case, the other me's feet, we'd be fighting over that knife, right? Because I do have my 3-1, I think it's the 319 special or whatever. It's the one that basically Ghostface uses. And yes, I do have that knife. Let's see, best I got for a weapon is a dragon statue. So one of us is getting bonked. No, I just realized what it would be like if me versus me with the trying to get that knife. It'd be a Leon versus Krauser fight, but a dumb version. But the cripple edition. Oh man. It'd be hilarious. Actually would be pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. But that's hilarious. But anyways, okay. We should probably start wrapping it up sooner. We're gonna be here for another hour. See, red versus blue type situation. Yeah, that's a good one too. It's a good red. I like that. That definitely would be that case. That would definitely be the case. Last question. What's up, Sealy? If y'all were forced to experience your worst insect / small animal, scale it to the size of a dog, would you fight it for $2 million? Holy shit. Oh. Oh. Ooh. I mean, I'm trying to think if I could even win that fight. The only way that'd even be possible is if it's coming at me from the front. And also, it has so many different versions of its species. I don't know which one it would be, and depending on which one it is, means I lose instantly. Even if it just nicks me. This is easy for me, Sealy. Really, what's yours, Farseer? We all know what mine is. You've been on this channel long enough. You know what it would be. And what's the problem is how many variants there are. So it's like, take your pick on which one would even be possible. And not dexterity, the mobility of it in any of the versions, and the ability to ambush. Not great. The Luna Moth. It has no mouth. Yeah, but it's gotta be dangerous in another way. Why would you be afraid of it, or you just don't like moths? Yeah, somewhat. Oh, okay. So you definitely don't like Mothman. So, note to self, never take Farseer to a Mothman convention. Because that's definitely how I feel with, like, my bug. On certain conventions that have to do with them. I'm just like, yeah, no. And you're having a heart attack every 2 seconds. Also, what do you think of the 2 bugs I stated? fighting a roach, the roach would be scarier than the kissing bug. I mean, that's what mine is. That's my problem. Is that since it has to be your most feared insect, we all know there's only one answer for me with that, and that's terrible, because I'm like, I don't even think I can win that to even get paid. There's only one or two options I think that I could somehow have enough strength to keep it at bay, because really what you really all, mostly in most cases, have to keep controlled for fighting that creature is its front, aka its fangs, and it's in not letting it tie you up and making your life way worse. Such a scary prospect, man. And some of them can't even do webs, but then there's also ones that jump. That thing's probably got me dead to rights, because good luck blocking that. Or at least for me blocking that, rather. Hell no, Celia, I take the dog size. Alright, for a special condition, Farseer fights a swarm of Mothman-sized Ludamoths, or one dog-sized Mothman. You have prep equipment, so you can have a drone with a raid can't, or have 2 raid sprays attached to your chair. I don't even know if that'd still be fast enough. I mean, you know how much raid it would need to kill a spider the size of a dog? Raid only works because spiders are small. Well, majority of them anyways. I got a question. What's up? You fighting a Mothman with his... Was there ever a game that had deeper lore than you expected? Like, I'm talking about the least serious game you've played. Hold on, give me a minute. I'm trying to think. There was one, but I'm trying to think of what it's called. It's an older game that I played long ago. I think that was before I was streaming, though. Oh, what was it? Why can I not remember the name of that game? It was a game not a lot of people liked either. It was just not. It wasn't a bad game. It just didn't vibe with a lot of people. But I think it was also what was interesting is that it was misunderstood. And what I mean by that is I think the lore was almost too deep for a game of what it was, and it not being a well-known IP, like some games are, like Resident Evil lore deepness. Like it had that level of lore, like Resident Evil, Kojima, Metal Gear level, but it was a brand new IP that no one ever heard of. Cannot remember the name of it for the life of me, though. I'm gonna snitch on myself with my answer. Now, I do have a Slanesh game that actually did that to me before. Because, you know, you don't really buy Slanesh games for the lore. But some of them surprise you. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good example. I've never played that one, but that's a good example. I wish I could remember the name of that game. It's on tip of my tongue. Damn. Oh, man. Well, what was it called? Forsaken? No, I think that's something else. What was the name of that game? I do not remember, sadly. Battle Cats? Okay, yeah, Battle Cats. I've never played it in-depthly, but I've seen stuff about it. Like, I've never played that one myself, but that's... What was the name of that game? It had a dude in white armor and used gun, like a gun that could transform. What was the name of that game? Spy versus Spy? That's a good answer. It wasn't that. It was a futuristic type game. Now, Gundam has pretty deep lore most of the time. It's not Gundam. You'd expect at least some good lore from Gundam, even if it's a bit cheesy sometimes. Its setting is commanding advanced androids to fight against mechanical abominations in a post-apocalypse world. I think what she means by you didn't take the game seriously, Sealy. Not that the game itself has a serious tone. I think she means in her question, you bought the game just because it looked cool, but you didn't expect anything out of it. Is what I think she means. Not that it wasn't a serious setting. Unless you're talking about the other... I don't know how you say it, Nike or Nikki. Like I said, I have a Slanesh answer, but I'm trying not to use that one as my answer. Which I never played. What is it about? I'm trying to remember what mine's name is. I keep wanting to say Forsaken, but I know that can't be its name. It's something else. It was like in the mid-2000s, I think, is when it came out. Because it was a third-person shooter. Goddess of Victory, Nike, That's now I know how to spell it. Or say it, rather. So, yeah. Is what Ard not said right then, Farser? The immortal Smash TV. I just wish I could remember the name of the game that I'm thinking about. The one that's actually did surprise me as far as like normal, but I didn't take it seriously. I just got it because it had robots in it, and it had futuristic, like, third-person shooting mechanics. So I was like, that's cool mechanically, so I'll get it. Depends on how far you got in the game. I beat that game. The one I'm speaking of that I can't remember for the life of me the name of it, I beat that entire game. That's what, once again, that's why, it's kind of why I beat it, because I started on it, and I ended up not only liking the mechanics, which I kind of anticipated because that's the stuff I liked to play back then, but then when I actually started getting into the story, it was a slow burn, I remember that. It takes a minute to get to going in anything, but then when you finally realize what actually is happening, and what your character represents, versus the machines. I don't want to spoil it, but just in case anyone, you never know, maybe that game comes out of nowhere one day. But we definitely would play it. But since I don't know the name of that, sadly I have to go with the purple answer. And technically a Slanesh game surprised me like that, where I went into it for reasons, and ended up being quite surprised that why does this have such a deep story behind it? And pun intended. Sealy knows what Slanesh game I'm talking about. It comes up on his feed all the time. That's why I glaze it so much. And I beat that game too. I played games so long I remember having to call Nintendo for hints and cheats. I never did that. I just figured it out. I wasn't gonna pay money to do that. I couldn't. I was like, nah, bro. It's funny that you could do that back in the day, though. I do remember that being a thing, because I knew someone else who did that too. But by the way, Battle Cats involved you conquering the world because they hated the dogs and others. They conquered the Earth, went to the moon to conquer the enemy there. Aliens invaded and they defeated the aliens. Like I said, that's pretty deep for just a game about throwing in a bunch of battle cats and things. Because the game doesn't have to be quirky. It's just, did you beat the game because the game turned out to be way better than you even originally anticipated when you got it in the first place. Conquer them. They left the Earth to conquer the galaxy and find the alien homeworlds. Yeah, that one just kept going. I have heard a lot about Battle Cats. I've never played it myself, though. They didn't go back in time to conquer the past and the old dog enemies and stuff. That's crazy. That is quite deep. I'm trying to think of any more recent ones. I mean, Cubic Odyssey actually is pretty deep so far from what I've played of it. That's why I want to try more of it, but the multiplayer don't work like I was hoping to do co-op in it. But Cubic Odyssey kind of is surprisingly deep for what it is. Its writing's a little dry, but I do think like the depth of the game and how much you do and how many planets you have to stop the red darkness on, and now we're uncovering that there was even an ancient civilization before the Queen civilization that was fighting the red darkness, that they had these devices that controlled it. So even that game, as a more recent example, has kind of somewhat done that for me, and I wish we could do more of it without having to do it fully single player. Turns out further in the past in ancient times lies even older enemies, and they end up fighting the first human ancestor, King Kong. Farsi said, well, I'm off, Ardnot. And Sealy, Girls Frontline better release their own open world game. That would be fun. I agree with that. We definitely need that. There is a Panzer game that's a tank-based game that kind of reminds me of Girls Frontline, but the Girls Panzer version. It's not open world. Well, at least not fully. I thought about picking it up for the fun of it, and turned out that game actually has a better story. It could have the potential to be one of those. But it's also got some really cool tank customizations to it and pilot leveling system. That's kind of the reason why I was interested in it. Once again, more for the mechanics and the crazy amount of World War II tanks it has. But you have a good one, Farseer. Big shout out to Urban Max Farseer, my moderator, joining in tonight as well. I am going to start wrapping it up. It is already 8:37, so I'm going to go ahead and kind of tie it up for tonight. We've chit-chatted for a while, enjoyed just chilling here. Since we ended up beating the arena way faster than I anticipated, kind of thought it would take me a lot more tries, but I think by the time I got here to the arena, the Slayer in me had finally woken back up. And it was like, bring it on! They're releasing a game, but it's 2028. Oh, that's pretty far away. See, they got another demon dimension, liberated that dimension of demons for the cat army. Then they go to the future or something to fight Einstein and other similar people like Plato. That doesn't cover the zombies, the behemoth enemies, lol. Such as the wacky game. It's such a wacky game, yeah. That's pretty cool. But yeah, and massive shout out, by the way, to Crispy Bacon for joining in tonight as well. Everyone who joined in for the stream. Tomorrow we're going to be kind of taking it, unless I end up picking up one of the cheap games I'm thinking about getting. Maybe even that linked game, I don't know yet. Because there's a couple of cheap games I'm looking at possibly maybe grabbing. Well, one specifically, not a couple. A couple of that I'm choosing between that I might get for just the fun of it before we get our main one. Because tomorrow's Tuesday, right? Because I am buying the main secret tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is Tuesday. Now, we're not going to do the secret game tomorrow. We're going to save it for Wednesday when James is here to participate and be a part of the squad, just like Tam King. So we can have at least a 3-man squad for this. So yeah, the Idol and Arc Knights. And your factory is getting behind again. Yeah, it is. Luckily, gas is not as hard as what's it called was, but maybe we do that. I might need to try to do that and see what I can do. I was going to do vampire crawlers, but I mean, Arc Knights is not that intense when it comes to high octane. That's why I'm not trying to do a too high octane game tomorrow. But yeah, that is true. How many days does the Idol have left? Because my thing is, what I probably should focus on, if we go back to that tomorrow, since it'll be a slower day, is maybe we should do the factory stuff in that mission that unlocks the, because we gotta do the siphoning of the, what's it called? The Blight, or whatever it is. I forgot, my brain's kind of slow on Arc Knights right now. We gotta siphon out all those little points, and we also gotta do that mission that unlocks that extra area. Because we haven't done that yet. 8 days left. Woo. I definitely may end up paying for her. Because she'll be here long enough. Let's see, 8 days from now, I assume. So, yeah, she'll be here when I get paid. Hold on, how many days are in this month? Shit, there's 31. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, it'll be on the last minute. If we don't get her the natural way, it's going to be very last minute. So we definitely should probably try to do that tomorrow then. So it'll probably be Arc Knights. Is Vampire Survivor any good? Is that the one you were just run around and kill hordes? Yes. I played the dungeon diving version of it yesterday called Vampire Crawlers. But yeah, Vampire Survivor is the bullet hell one where you just run around taking out tons of hordes and just letting the items do the work and just picking between the items that come up and try to make a build to survive as long as possible. I think it's really good. You're not. I was gonna say free on PS Plus, but you're probably getting it on Xbox. But maybe it's on Game Pass. I don't know. But yeah, Vampire Survivors is a good game. It's also multiplayer. I don't know if it's cross-platform. That I can't quote. But I know it's you can do multiplayer in it as well and do co-op and have up to, I think, 4 people, from what Tim King said when he looked at it, because he didn't know either. Together on a map trying to survive against the hordes. Plus, there's 2 free DLCs I grabbed. I kind of want to show off, but I'll do that in another episode since we got to do Arc Knights tomorrow. Pay for the idol, short stack. Yeah, the type doesn't interest you. She's a nature, so she goes with chicken drums. What you mean? That's why, exactly. What do you think I need her for, Sealer? Why do you think I want the idol? Idol is utility. You're biased against her because your prediction was wrong and you had to dive into Tomimi. Also, tell me when you play Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm like Hunter rank 344? What are you doing, Sealer? Alright, I'm banning you for that. No, I'm just kidding. I have all 3 systems with Ultimate PS Plus Premium and eShop on Nintendo. Oh, okay. Well, if you get it on PlayStation, it is free for PS Plus. I think it still is, as far as I know. When it's Vampire Survivors. The Monster Hunter Wild mods is like crack. They do mods in there? Oh, you have it on PC. Right, I'm dumb. Yeah, but you'd have to play it without mods, Sealy. You wouldn't have the mods if you were playing with me. Because I'm on console. But anyway. See, mods are client-side only. Ah, okay. Sealy be showing off his mods I can't even get. Making me slash him in the back and leave him for bait for the worst monster possible. But anyways, so get him, not me. But anyways. They aren't performance mods. It's those mods if you catch my drift. Okay, I'll give you that. Didn't know Monster Hunter had those. I mean, obviously I knew Power World did. I didn't know Monster Hunter had those types of mods. But I like how Farser's like, what? Sealy. World has them as well? Okay. Farser's like Sealy. But anyways. You're too good and high quality. High quality. To give Farseer an image. Only the finest, stranger. I had to hit you with that one. After that response you just said in chat, silly. There's a mod that replaces some armor. Wow. Of course. So that's what I thought. Of course there is. This is what Farser said. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed watching it. See, there's Rossi mods too. What? Why? Arknights is everywhere. It definitely did take off as one of the more popular, in my opinion, free-to-plays. Even ended up in Fortnite. But anyways, Inman is in there, Perlica, etc. Wow. Unless you tell me there's Yvonne, I'm not interested. or the Eagle, or my Lady of the Fists. If any of those are in there, okay. Okay, you got my attention. But anyways, I hope you all enjoy. Oh, and Ember or why did I forget her name? Surtur. Ember is there? Okay, that one's interesting. That intrigues me. But anyway, but I hope you all enjoyed watching the stream. I'm gonna end it here for tonight. Like I said, it's already 8:48. It's almost 9. The RE engine is surprisingly good at mods. Oh, I know. If you saw what I did to the remake of Resident Evil 4, oh, I know. And what I've seen people have done to Resident Evil 6 or Requiem. Oh, I know. I absolutely know that. I just didn't expect them to do it in Monster Hunter. But anyways. Alright everyone, I hope y'all all had a, see, by the way, they got the physics down to a T. Like the modders did some... I can only imagine what physics you speak in. Only the finest. Stop, stranger. Anyway, on that note, we're gonna wrap it up for tonight. Chat's starting to spiral. See you are not, and remember, Teo is the worst, I know. You don't have to keep reminding me, Celia, we know how bad Teo is, okay? We all know Teo must be wiped out from the universe. Thanos snapped from existence. Don't you worry. I'll make sure that becomes a reality. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy watching tonight's stream. Peace and love to everyone watching tonight. I hope y'all enjoyed not only our discussion and just us chilling and chatting like a little mini vlog, since I don't have my PC up for vlogs right now. And also the arenas, where we mastered the arena and unlocked pretty much everything and beat the DLC Revelations completely 100%. So, I hope y'all all enjoyed. And until next time, I will see you all in tomorrow's episode. Most likely it's going to be Arknights. So, peace and love, everyone. Hope you all enjoy watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone! Bye! Oop, wrong button. Bye!